17:45 here. Running a couple of minutes late, but hey, hopefully everyone will still want to watch. Yep. Okay. Well, bit of a slow start here, but that's all right. They're pushing on it. Oh, they're going to be pushing on us. There. You come into there. You attack into there. See if we can push fast that way. Yawn. Forward. Okay, now. Send you up that way, and we will be making episodes and things soon. Okay, these guys look like they're fully well organized up. Might be nice if they were to... Okay, our reinforcements sort of kind of got here. They got to this point. Let's put everybody back on board ship. And we're going to come into here with them. Rebase. You need to go back to America to repair. You guys are in good shape, so you're going to come up to here. Naval flying, air interception, good. Naval strike. That's it for here. Where we got some bombers here. No orders. Can they reach to there? No. And there looks to be no air bases closer. So let's put you out on naval striking. There we go. Keep the enemy sort of busy there. All right, well, you have some fresh air units. And I think we could use the long range there because of the... Oh, well, let's join these up. Tank Buster, no. Let's put in a generic one, let them get somewhat organized before sending them that way. Now, I think we're going to see about... And I will say this, I've been playing badly. I know this. I've not been paying attention to details enough. And this is sort of kind of needed it around here. Oh God, because that was a battle group. The Oklahoma is the only one that survived this far. We could use air patrols here. So, let's put you guys in here. Maybe you'll help deal with carrier air units. Yeah, no, we don't need a fleet sinker for fighters. Whatever. Okay. Hello, Occupy Till I Come. How you doing? Hey there, where I live too. California? Oh yes, I'm in California myself, yes. I'm, somewhere around this sort of area here. That's where I live. And you will appreciate this. I did, which I'm using here, is a California picture mod for, for Hearts of Iron. So you can see some oceanside. I used to work right about here on the cliff of Laguna Beach years ago. There's some are still generic. Pasadena early, Rose Parade, what Riverside sort of looked like. Some of these are generic, but that type of terrain out there. Carmel, King City with Hearst Castle. Some of the Big Sur coastline, that kind of stuff. So some of these are like this, and this are from the black ice, but I had it. Oh, I'm doing great. So we did that. Just all it does is change some of the pictures when you click some of these places to be historical images of California back that time. That's all the mod does. Doesn't change anything else about the game. Just a cosmetic. Okay, well, we still have troops that we can invade with. We still have Marine Corps divisions. No, that's not a Marine Corps division. That is okay. Okay, let's do this. Not that that's exactly what the Marine Corps order of battle was, but hey. And Arno's here, very good. Yeah, well, yeah, there's major naval base here in San Diego. We can see here, as well as an air station here. That's very, very well set up. Oh, and the other thing I'm using is the coastal fortifications that the U.S. had mod that I've done and included here, so that you have the historical coastal forts as well. Hey, Paul. Yes, you're here on time. Well, I'm actually a few minutes late, so yeah, I haven't started recording an episode yet, as it were. I'm just sort of doing the getting ready to turn on the clock kind of stuff. Okay, so we have three. This was meant to be. Well, we've lost a lot of battleships, so that was part of that's what's left of a battleship group that was there. This is what's left of the other one that's much more intact, and we have 3 carriers left. Sort of, kind of. So they're heading back to port. We're gonna have to reorganize up here in the Pacific. So things aren't looking very good. And I will very much say, well, you know what we could do here is, I have not been playing well. What I can say, airborne next choice support. Okay, let's see what. Okay, let's see. First upgrade group. Well, we're gonna do artillery. Okay, I think we get to do 3. Because we've already done it. Let's do motorcycle reconnaissance. Oh, only 2. I want to redo the whole thing. Okay, let's start. But I thought we were going to get 3 out of the 4, but if it's only 2, I want to do airborne artillery and airborne engineers. I did not read this clearly. I thought we would have had more. I was not planning on doing the armor. Yeah, Pacific Fleet is not in good shape, but like I say, we have some divisions. I think we'll be able to get things organized up a little bit better here. So I don't think we need long-range invasion force for the Mediterranean. We have, as long as we have enough fuel running right. Yeah, let's just put a generic guy in charge of this for now. We're going to go anywhere. We'll get escorts for him. I think this is more appropriate for the Pacific. Got a lot of liners just to shuttle units around. As I'll talk about my planned strategy here. Paul has been doing a lot of great input on the thoughts on that subject. Okay, you retreat. Did we lose division? No, I think it just came down to here. Yeah, you're not meant to hold against all that. Like I say, I have not been playing this well. Fully admit. Oh, okay, one did shatter and is back over here. Okay, well, first armor, you come down here, we'll get you back across the Atlantic sometime. Oh, and that also shattered somewhere probably out there as well too. Okay, well, let's move. Battle commander. I wouldn't have made a George Marshall battle commander. I have no idea whether George Marshall was a good military leader or not, quite honestly. Don't know enough about him. Now, he, I will say, is obviously a great choice for management of, shall we say, the tail of, tooth to tail, tooth at the front of the combat, tail at the rear. Obviously, great management of all of this. Training, production, making sure that more or less they have what they need sent out, and a reasonably good picker of, commanding elements. MacArthur, yeah, you could have fired him. You could have. No, it would have been a public relations. I don't know if nightmare, because MacArthur gets in trouble during the Korean War when he speaks out against some of Truman's decisions. But remember, that wasn't during time of war. That was during time of conflict in Korea, meaning there was no declaration of war. And he gets in trouble and gets fired. During World War II, yeah, no newspaper, no newsreel, no radio program is going to carry something like MacArthur complaining about being fired, news stuff. There might be public outrage about it, but people writing letters to the editor and whatnot, but those could all be dismissed as, you don't know what you're talking about because you're just sitting at home. You didn't you didn't know the behind the scenes information. So but obviously MacArthur was a great commander for the the army drive, the island hopping army drive back towards the Philippines. Great commander for it. And I know that some people talk, oh, well, he just used, some of his staff's plans. So he had a staff that was competent. and weren't all, I guess, all yes men, because either if they're all yes men, then MacArthur did the planning, or if they no order. Okay, well, I think we're gonna send you over here. So that people that would tell him what he needed to hear, and some good planners, and he picked the right plans. So what if he wasn't, the deviser of all of the tactics and strategies used? The guy who makes the choices, sort of like I'm talking about Marshall back here in Washington, picking, the right thing. And then, of course, the Marshall Plan post-war to rebuild Europe. He seems to be a great guy to run that, because I'm sure if I were to dig into it, we'll find all kinds of problems that happened during it. Well, yeah, but it was a success, and I would say it was an overwhelming success. It's just there's always problems when you do anything on a big scale. You're always going to have problems. Just get slightly political. That's why I think national health care for America is like the god-awfulest, worstest possible idea because of the scale. Maybe state-based healthcare, but even then, that gets too big in many cases. Now, Rhode Island, here, yeah, okay, you can get, into a scale that might work well, so, yeah, there's stuff that's just might be good ideas at smaller scales that are just, you may like the idea of, well, everybody needs healthcare, so let's just pool the money in the government and have the government run it. Yeah, no, not for America, as a national thing. That's just horrendous, and I would be for it if we were talking about Luxembourg. How many hospitals do you have in Luxembourg today? I don't know, but not that many. And so you could run that. Hello, Pulcharis, is I'm Pulricus? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not used to that name. MacArthur would send press releases directly to the press in his favor. This is how he prevented getting fired after the Philippines debacle. Yes, but those press releases would not be published without higher authorities agreeing to it. Because there were censors. Okay, there are frontline reporters, shall we say, whether they're literally on the front lines, and in some cases they were. Ernie Pyle is a good example in Europe of starting in North Africa as literally being up with a platoon, not like on the landing days of Casablanca, but in the push across, into Tunisia and whatnot. He's, literally up there with the platoon, and the platoons, an infantry platoons fighting in the front lines. So you literally have some guys that are on the front line. Others, okay, they're back at wherever the headquarters is, that MacArthur would be putting the press releases out from, and that type of thing. So you have those guys, and then of course everything that they write to be transmitted, not like write in their notebooks, but every submitted, because everything is submitted, and then in letter form, and then somebody sends it in Morse code, whether in a more coded method or just simply basic Morse code. Everything submitted to go back to press would be read by a censor, a person. And then once it gets back to the U.S., I think this is where, and I think there is, as opposed to no, I think there are censors that are censoring incoming reports. And there are definitely censors looking at a newspaper, before it goes into public. I forget what it was, but somewhere around here, Detroit, Chicago, this sort of, the Midwest area, major city, one newspaper, I forget what it was, but it was something to do with the Pacific. I read so much and hear so much documentary stuff, I don't remember the details, but something to do, and it gets published in the newspaper, like some plans or something, not like detailed plans, but something. And within an hour or two of it being published, or even shorter than that, they realize, the censor catches this, and then they go and quickly hustle at least all the papers from all the newsstands back. And so they get most of the papers back. And yeah, no Japanese spies or no spies that are eventually reporting to Japan ever get hold of this information. And it's not like, information that would have sunk a fleet or something, but it was, like, hey, next planned target is something or other. I don't know. But Japan never gets word of it. Because trust me, there are people, the Axis are particularly bad at penetrating America. We get all of them, basically, as far as I can tell. But there are people down here, until Mexico gets into the war. Then once they get into the war, but even then, there are people around in Latin America that will pick up newspapers and send reports back. Yeah, okay, thanks, Plauricus. Okay, Eric, good to have you here lurking. So yeah, but they're reading the papers before they're published in most cases, but there's a lot of American papers publishing every day. And so, however many censors, individuals reading it, that was a particular case that something got through. But yeah, they would be censoring, a MacArthur statement at some point along the stage if, say, Marshall or FDR or whoever. We have okay, so, well, we've got the one moving here, so let's, okay, yeah, again, Omar Bradley, Dwight David Eisenhower, him, I don't know, Patton definitely, and we'll get all of these guys. Battle commanders are of no use in the rear. They are only useful in the front lines. And they can sort of, substitute for an HQ if you need to, for the combined arms bonuses. So yeah, you're right. MacArthur had a very good public relations staff and campaign, and I'm sure that influences my view on it. Now, on the debacle of the Philippines, I'm not going to put it at MacArthur's feet. Okay, I know the he's working with what he has. The original plan is to, if there's an invasion come, let's retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and use that in Corregidor and Fort Drum, the two islands, and use it to control Manila Bay and hold out until a relief column comes from America in the form of the ships, because even if there's a large Japanese army sitting in the Philippines, if the American Navy comes in here and smashes the Japanese fleet, you cut off, reinforcements, resupply, ammunition and whatnot. And MacArthur, somewhat at the last moment, decides to move to engage the Japanese at the beach. And I am not an expert on this, but I've read bits and pieces here and there. I don't think he could have, they didn't know early enough on to know that this is going to be the main beach, because I believe this is the main beach that they land on here, this area. Like to move significant forces, the idea of, Rommel or von Rundstedt plan, defend on the beach or have a central reserve to go and deal with it kind of debate. they really don't have the ability to to defend all the main landing areas, that because Japan will need to secure a port. So whatever the beaches look like along this part of the Philippines, and you're also going to need yeah, we can see, and I know I'm interrupting myself here, the Japanese going through the jungle to flank British defenses of the roads and come around and cut those off. But the Japanese have to secure the roads, okay? They can't just march through the jungle. They can come through the jungle for a short distance and get behind, a brigade scale roadblock. It isn't just like 10 guys with a bar across the roadblock, but a fairly large scale roadblock. They can get around that, but they have to cut off and destroy that sort of pocket before they can move along. They just can't march through the jungle and in strength and be able to maneuver. Same thing with the Philippines, as far as I know. You have to secure the infrastructure to come in, so they sort of kind of can know where the likely ports that Japan, because Japan is not the U.S. with, obviously later in the war, with floating ports that they can plunk down wherever. So they have to secure this. So there's a limited areas that regions that they can land in, that he knows this, and of course, to a very large extent, they're taken by surprise at that timing of the invasions. So I'm not going to blame MacArthur for not being ready to counter the invasion, but a couple of factors that really tell. And yeah, you can sort of kind of put these at, well, the commander should have known better. Well, yeah, but it's like they sent out some fairly new Stuart light tanks to the Philippines to to reinforce MacArthur out here, to test out these tanks and whatnot. And from what I've read, when the tanks showed up, they had, I think, anti-tank ammo with them, and there were 37 millimeter high explosive rounds. If I remember this correctly, there were 37 millimeter high explosive rounds, but they either didn't show up with the tanks, or they were part of the artillery supply or something like that. And the unit commander was, hey, I need these, even before the invasion starts, even before they're at war. I need the high explosive rounds for my tanks. I need the 37 millimeter. And they were refused to be given high explosive 37 millimeter rounds that were in the Philippines at the time. Now, none of this should have to be fixed by the theater commander, the marshal, because all that extra gold braid on MacArthur's hat is because he's a marshal of the Philippines. It's not a U.S. Army rank, it's a Philippines Army rank that he also holds. So it shouldn't something that he ever should come to his attention. But so when these Stuart tanks, and there's other problems with them, but the Stuart tanks are sent up to fight here, all they got are machine guns. And yeah, 37 millimeter with rounds that go thunk. So if you miss them, or you just, or the enemy machine gun position has a lot of sand and palm tree logs around them, which are very absorbent of, I remember reading about the British shooting at Colonial down in South Carolina or Georgia or one of those places. I think it was South Carolina when they're trying to get in there. The American rebels had created sand and palm tree log fortifications for their artillery pieces, and the British heavy guns from their ships were just going in and being absorbed by these palm tree logs. Where if it was more harder, like brick or whatever, they would have just been shattering the fortifications. So you're just firing, big, thick, penetrating rounds that, unless you actually hit somebody or super close and create enough splinter effect, and if you don't have things that create splinter effect, palm tree logs, yeah, they don't do any good. So they didn't have any high explosives that they could have been shooting at infantry formations. So that was a significant failure. Now, would that one thing have turned around the Philippines campaign? No, I don't think so. The other thing is as commander, there are a lot of important things you need to do. But when you assign some person a task who is supposed to be competent in their job, and when they utterly fuck up, is it your fault? Well, from the Navy perspective, everything that happens on the ship is the captain's fault. The Army, it's not quite that harsh. The American fleet wasn't going to come, no matter what MacArthur does, MacArthur's going to lose, okay? That's because the American fleet honestly is not strong enough to stand up against the Japanese fleet in December 1941. And secondarily, it is on the bottom of Pearl Harbor. Outside of the carriers, yes, the carriers are good, and all the destroyer, there's very little smaller ships that are hurt. Just recently, I listening to a video talking about the Brooklyn class cruisers. And they talk about one of the cruisers was sitting in Pearl Harbor, I think on the other side of the Ford Island, not in Battleship Row, but somewhere else. And it gets through the whole thing unscathed. And the guy's remarking, that's remarkable that the Japanese didn't sink this. It's a light cruiser, but it's a very large light cruiser, meaning they actually use the same hull form for the heavy cruiser, just 6-inch guns versus 8-inch guns. That's the only real difference. Well, hey, thanks for following here. Do appreciate it. So, it's remarkable that and lucky that the Japanese didn't, bomb or torpedo this, large cruiser. No, it's the Japanese were hyper focused, and they were trained to be hyper focused to not let juicy targets distract them from their mission. Their mission was to sink the carrier's first priority, the battleship's second priority. Nothing else really mattered. And so unless somebody at some point makes the command decision on their radios and gets through clearly, okay, we've sunk all the enemy fleet, that you're targeted. Anybody left, drop a bomb on, secondary targets, if you will, because it's, first, battleships and carriers are about equal in priority or whatever. So, setting that up, it was hyper-focused attack. And so, supporting ships were not particularly targeted in that attack. But even with everything, if there was not a Pearl Harbor attack, or if every bit of the ships happened to be out at sea doing some exercise, and that attack on Pearl Harbor just hits an empty bag and bombs Pearl Harbor, and they go home and we're at war, I don't think that fleet can effectively come and relieve the Philippines. So I would say the Philippines, no matter what, are doomed. But what does doom it quicker is the supplies. The guy who was supposed to move the supplies from an area outside of Manila, both food and munitions, to Bataan, because they were being stored in proper warehouses to sort of field improvised storage, supply dumps. So you weren't, and they didn't pre-build a bunch of stuff to do that in Bataan, which you can maybe argue that you could have, should have, but just didn't do it. And so they all, they're all doing the, retreating back down in reasonably good order, and march out to Bataan Peninsula. And by the time they realized that none of the supplies had been moved from the warehouses in Manila, it had already been cut off. So yeah, you can put that to a degree on MacArthur, but I would say it's no matter what you do, the Philippines are a doomed situation because, unlike the Singapore invasion, the the Japanese had much more ability to move down supplies and keep their supplies going. So I don't blame MacArthur on that. And yes, there's a lot of public relations going on. That's just my take on it. I could be entirely wrong because I'm not the greatest expert on the Philippines campaign, but that's my views. Okay, we're going to, let's send you to here. I don't want to overstress the supplies there. So we're going to try to use some submarines to help defend these islands because we're withdrawing a lot of our fleet for a while. We'll break up this formation and spread them out a bit once we get sort of nearer to where we're going to operate. Great book by William B. Hopkins, The Pacific War, The Strategy, Politics, and Players That Won the War. Goes into MacArthur's failure to respond hours after Pearl Harbor was attacked. Okay, I have not read that as far as I remember. I don't know if I'm going to put it immediately on my playing list. I read a bunch on and tried to get as much as I could on the Japanese perspective of the war when I did my Japanese series playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3. Read a biography of Nimitz, read some stuff. One Japanese destroyer captain written by a Japanese destroyer captain named Hara, and a few other books to get sort of the perspective of the Pacific War. And now Nimitz does the book, of course. It's a biography of Nimitz, yes, but it does look beyond just his personal life, but to the Pacific campaign. And yeah, it's very much from the sort of Nimitz view for the Pacific, for the World War II. It starts with him back here in Washington and his travels literally across the United States and then to the Hawaii. He deliberately, they offer him, when he gets command in Washington, he gets command of the Pacific Fleet, or what's left of it in theater of operations. In Washington, D.C., they offer, of course, to fly him across the United States, and he refuses that and takes the train from DC to, I think, I think it's to Chicago or somewhere. He has a particular aide with him that brings about a lot of reading material. And I think they take some of the stuff that he's done with away there, but he doesn't continue with them. And he has his own private, not car, but private, compartment. And I think an armed escort or something like that. That's just for guarding it. But just, because, it's first class compartment, but not sharing it with anybody. And he's taking the train across the U.S. to read up on everything. And takes that time to read up. And then I think it gets to San Francisco. And then he flies out from there to Hawaii, now finally read up on what's going on, what the reports are, what's afloat. And they talk about his first encounters of landing, in Pearl Harbor on a sea of oil, basically, because, all of the boats that are moving around Pearl Harbor have a high water line, if you will, on the boat of oil. Sort of, you can see where the waves lap up through the oil. It sticks to the hull, and not that literally every bit is covered with oil, but there's oil everywhere. All the divers or everybody else that's going in and out of the water, there's oil on everything, which of course could light on fire at any time. And so it's the sort of horrific situations dealing with the aftermath. Let's see what Gamer's saying. Could the Japanese have ever invaded Hawaii, and if so, how? Yes, they could have, and if they had put a lot of effort in it early on, yes, it could have been successful. But there's a lot of detail, a lot of ifs. But if they put effort, if they focused, yes. Hi, son. Your IC is also a problem. Yes, U.S. needs around base IC to win vanilla, black ice demand. Yes, I know that we are not in a good place. Like I subtitled this on YouTube. Things are not going well. I have not played this well. This is literally the first game I've ever played as the United States in Hearts of Iron 3 of any type. Yes, I mean, like I've started it up and ran it for a few months, a couple of times, but not a few months of the war, a few months into the game. But I've never really played the U.S. So there's a lot of learning experience. I thought my perception was that, and from reading other people's comments, was that they had severely nerfed down the America during the Depression era, so that basically America is highly restricted, as it should be. But I thought, and if I were to tackle this and make a mod, I would make events that would either do sort of what I guess this in as IC plus 14%. Either do conditions that give significant multipliers to existing ICs, and or just put more ICs onto the map, because no politics here. Okay. Some of these, like economic laws, total economic mobilization here, it does do a 50%. To me, total economic mobilization is taking a factory, whether it makes boots, bullets, or aircraft, taking a factory that's a 9 to 5 factory, meaning, and 5 days a week, 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon or in the evening, standard sort of 5 days a week, and turning it into a 24/7 factory. Because I don't know if it's more than half, probably more than half, but much, and maybe most of the critical war-oriented production factories are turned into that in the United States. So if you're making 20 millimeter Oerlikon shells, they only sort of pause, if even that, to do shift changeovers. So they're doing, I don't know if they're working 8 or 10 hours, I'm not sure, but they're doing shifts so that they're running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're just going. And so when they're making the aircraft, they're making them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's enough, yes, I know a lot of the shipbuilding, has to shut lights down at night along the coast, but Chicago, you can have all the lights on, all the 24/7. No one's going to bomb you there. They're only really worried about submarines and the silhouette patterns for ships along the coast areas for that. So to me, that's what that is. It's not building any new factories. It's not enlarging current factories. That is just taking existing production capability and ramping up the labor and training it up to do it 24/7. Now I know that there is significant, and I say that because I don't know the percentage, and I do see Tyler making was the book, Japanese destroyer captain. Yes. Hello, Tyler. Yes, that is a very good, and I believe it's Hara, is Hara. He worked in a relative's factory after the war. He was regarded very much as a hero. As like a floor manager or something. His sort of post-World War II situation, not, being paid, I think, all right, but not like big money or anything, and it wasn't a terribly important job. But he writes the book, and yes, I recommend that highly if you want to get, and he does research. It's not just his personal experience. He does research, and because of his background, does get access to some, not like necessarily, I don't know if secret or not, but archived information of, Japanese planning notes and whatnot, so when he showed up at some, people knew who he was when he showed up at government archives or whatnot, and tells the story from his war story, from not just his personal recollections, but also what was going on around it, but sort of his path through the war, not the Pacific War in total, but his actions, and knowing some of the higher decisions. So yes, I highly recommend the book if you want to get an idea of the Japanese perspective of the Pacific War. So back to the U.S. I know that during the Depression that there are a lot of factories that are literally idled, meaning are shut down. Some have, say, 10 or 20% manpower, and they're still cranking out, I don't know, there used to be a lot of car manufacturers in America. After the Depression, there's basically the big three. And a lot of those had bought up other car companies, like Oldsmobile and Pontiac had been independent car companies that, I forget whether it was GM or whoever buys up, or Chrysler or whoever buys up, that become sort of brand names in American cars after that. A lot of, and then there's a lot more that are just gone, but they're mostly, the factories are still there. And another thing, that whatever it may be, that there is a lot of products, there is a market for it, but it's not enough to keep the factory running at normal production, but they can keep it running at a small level. So they still have a few employees, they still turn out toasters or whatever, but there's just a few, they do 1,000 toasters a week instead of 10,000 toasters a week or whatever it is. And other factories are just completely shut down, and then because you don't need all the electricity or other things or steel, there's mines that are shut down. Now they have done a really good job at within this game of increasing a lot of these resources, so that is the kind of thing that I would be doing for the industry that I have not seen events covering in this. So I know that there is and it's just the economic conditions of the Great Depression are keeping these factories from being used, including factories that are in essence building factories, machine tool factories, companies that make machine tools. A bunch of them stay in business, but again, they're production outlets, and I don't have the facts or figures, but I know they're not what they could be. So the idea of limiting, some of these factories from spamming out other factories is a good idea, because the Depression was on and there just wasn't the ability to do that. Well, starting with the war in Europe, a lot of that starts to come back, because, and I think I should have seen more stuff going on there, because they're selling not just arms to Europe, but that's part of it, but selling other goods to Europe included, because Europe is now switching over to arms production. So they see this sort of economic activity increasing, people are getting more jobs, some more industries opening up, and then once America is in the war, it's turned the spigot on, and I thought we were going to get either spammed with huge amounts. And I was even quite honestly worried about moving these things to level 10, because there'd be events maybe to put more on that wouldn't be of effect. So I'm really disappointed in that, because I know that, yes, you should nerf it down for, so you're not building, either spamming out huge amounts of more ICs, or you're not spamming out more divisions when they really shouldn't be, but there really isn't the ramp up that there should be for America. So I am disappointed in that, looking at that, and that is my take on this. If you ever get to Fredericksburg, Texas, go tour the Nimitz Museum. If I ever get out there, that's a good idea. I do know that he was, he's from German ancestry, and Fredericksburg is somewhere out, I believe, around This area here, I'm not quite sure. I've been to Houston down here, but I've not been really much anywhere else in Texas. But someday I'd like to get out there. Okay, the Nimitz Museum is great. Good to hear. Hello, Tyler. I don't recognize your name, but glad to have you around. Well, that sounds interesting. Definitely moves up on the list. Yes. So yes. Yeah, it's a good book to get the Japanese side of view. Now, of course, it's written after the war, so it's not like a contemporaneous story or whatever. So yeah, like Hoi 3 could make a separation between military factories and naval dockyards goes on, but well, you can't really do that, son, for Hoi 3. It's just structurally, and I know enough of the modding. You can't do that. That is good with Hoi 4. I mean, there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad with Hoi 4. I was just one of my friends was playing Hoi 4 and his games. I didn't recognize it. It's not World War II. And it's not like, what, do you just want to replicate World War II over and over and over? No, it was like the, I don't know, the British-Soviet alliance against America or something. It was, wacky world. And unless I'm going something down the rabbit hole of Kaiserreich, which makes, it's a wacky world, they know it, but makes serious, presumptions of Germany winning World War I and et cetera, and then going from there. So unless you're dreaming up an interesting world, I don't like that element of Hoi 4. That's just not me. But I know it's popular. Lots of people love playing it. But it's just not my game. I want to play a World War. Now, and I will be playing sometime. I haven't gotten the new DLC yet, but I will be playing. We can pause you, let you get reorganized. Yeah, we'll stop some of this. Yeah, get reorganized. I will be getting the new DLC and we'll be playing it because there's a lot of good stuff, and I was really waiting for, and I don't know if it's even come out yet. I haven't been looking, quite honestly. Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4, if they had made adjustments and did the one that includes railways in the East, because that's why I rage quit last time with that, because of that. Black Ice in previous versions, automatic gave U.S. spammed ICs as the game goes on, but starting from 10, they didn't do that because they want players to build ICs on their own, more challenging. Okay, son. Good to know. This isn't personal. This is just a fundamental disagreement with Oh My God. I think he's a great guy, does a lot of good stuff. And I don't know who's responsible for that particular thing, but I do know a lot of Oh My God strategy is he is converted, and this is what I don't like, is he has converted Black Ice from being an enriching version of Hoi 3, meaning a lot of historical immersion, added details, whatever you want to say to it, to being a game that attempts to challenge the player, because he can play on the hardest levels and win, because he likes that type of challenge. I want it to represent as close as practical historical realities. Okay. Now, yes, I want to be able to, and this is why I like the 1936. I know I haven't made an episode and I've been going on for an hour here, but I hope it's entertaining. I like the idea of starting in 1936. That's sort of a very pivotal year, and I've made whole videos on why it's the best year to start in. But it's not just what change, and it's a reasonable thing to start it in 39. Day one, how would you fight the war different? That's absolutely reasonable. But I very much come to understand there's a lot of structural things that Hitler knows what he's planning on doing. I mean, the plans get derailed with the war starting generally in 39, but he's building up his armed forces. And so you're making decisions for Germany in 36 of building up your armed forces. And so you can make different decisions. But I don't want to sort of make a man in the high castle version. Well, what if Germany had 50% more industry or something, and was much more, like in 1936, and much stronger. No, I want to start with an industrial base that's roughly, as we can determine it, in 1936, and try to grow what army you want, because Hitler is very much not putting as much emphasis on military production in 36, as well as expanding factories in 1936 as he could have, because he is concerned about building super stadiums and other things. And so he, it's not all war focus. And I've looked at all this through developing Third Reich events, and which penalizes you if you don't build some of these or start production on some of these, like super stadiums and other things like that. But you can make choices, and you can try to expand ICs, or you try to expand, military production or other things. So I want a game based on the realities of the times, and then you can make reasonable, practical, within the limitations of viewpoints of countries, meaning America is going to behave like America. It isn't going to become fascist America and invade Mexico or something, or Canada. No, it's going to be basically what they're going to do, and it's the depression, and you really can't do much. But once the war starts starting, there should be lots of ramp up of industry, because there was. I don't want a game that challenges me to make I appreciate you telling me this, son, and I mean it upsets me, not that you're telling me, but that, because I want, I would make an event that, I would do a whole chain of events if I was focusing on the U.S., dealing with Japan and China. And I would give the player some choices. One of them would be deploying the fleet to Honolulu versus having it back in, Japan really isn't capable. I don't believe Japan is capable of doing a carrier strike against San Diego successfully. Now, I may be entirely wrong about that, but that's my hot take. And it's just a hot take, not a well-researched viewpoint. But, putting pressure on Japan, various embargoes on steel and whatnot that affect Japan and keep Japan tied down in China or whatever. Yeah, I know, sort of for black ice we have to take out China, but keep some negative effects going with Japan. Or if you don't do these measures, which is one is moving the fleet out to Hawaii, Japan gets some bonuses, representing, either you do the FDR plan or you don't do the FDR plan. And if you don't do the FDR plan, Japan is a lot stronger. Again, remember that I think it was, I forget which, whether it was the biography of Nimitz or one of the other reading. The Japanese army under Tojo is now controlling the Japanese government functionally. They want to go to, they need oil, particularly, is the particular reason for going to war with Western powers, and they believe that going to war with Britain and the Dutch, which would also be Australia and New Zealand functionally, would put them on an eventual clash with America. This is what they believe. And America probably would not be so stupid to, oh, you declared war on Britain? Well, it's war. Go, boom. No, they'll probably go, oh shit, Japan has now declared war on Britain. Whatever's going there. We, of course, have, possessions, in the Philippines, Guam, and some other places, but the Philippines, well, let's start really sending in troops. Let's start building up our Navy properly. Because they're already on a naval building program, and Japan knows it very, very well. All of the Cleveland class cruisers, that some of them get converted over to the Independence class CVLs and whatnot. They already know that there's this building program, but that America would really sort of get it in high gear. And if you notice the oil, and of course they are worried about steel too, but and there are steel elements in this area too, I believe, but I know very much oil. That there's a bunch of oil in Burma that they're looking at getting, and there's a lot of oil down here that they're looking at getting. But you can see, particularly down here, the Philippines is in a prime place to cut off the supply of oil to Japan. So to go after this oil, they've got to go after the U.S. The army believes. The army wants this. The army that can't defeat China. The army that is being strangled for oil, that is being strangled for steel. The Japanese Navy is sitting on a bunch of oil, basically fuel oil to supply their fleet for like 6 months or something. And of course, and the army isn't even asking them to turn over that oil to the army, because the army is, of course, reliant to some degree upon the Navy to get them back and forth across the oceans. And they want the Navy to be, defended, but they want the Navy to come in. Well, the Navy is being influenced heavily by Yamamoto, who's not in charge. Japan is a very hierarchical society and a very seniority-based society. Like if you're 1 or 2 years older or 1 or 2 years longer in a profession, doesn't necessarily always, birth date, but that, if everyone's going into the academy at 18 years old or something, yes, being 1 or 2 years older means you started the academy older. So Yamamoto isn't like promoted too high. I mean, he's promoted a bit out of the zone, I believe, for his age, but there's older, wiser, whatever authority above him, but they're being highly influenced by him, in that going to war with America in particular, but the Western powers generally, is not a good idea. The bribe that the army finally gives to convince the Navy to come to war is steel, is significantly increasing their steel allocation, because they have, I think it's the Yamato and a few other big ships that are in production, but production is severely slowed down because literally they do not have access to enough steel. They got the dock worker, they got the workers in the factories, and the dock workers, I don't mean dock workers as in like loading and unloading stuff, but I mean, the shipyard workers, I should say, working on these things, but they're only working on it at best half-hearted because they just literally do not have the steel to build the components for these ships, because they're being choked from getting steel from every other source, primarily because of FDR's pushing, but the Western allies are like, yeah, well, we're not terribly in favor of Japan taking over China either, even though we're busy with the war in Europe. So the bribe is, okay, we will shift significant amounts of production from the steel allocation from the army to the Navy, and so that you can continue your building program. And the Japanese, and it is sort of presented as a bribe, is my understanding, but also sort of like, well, of course you're going to need these ships if you go to war with America. So that is what convinces Japan, or the Navy, to agree to the war, because you can't have a war against the Western allies without the Navy and Navy support. And to a point leading up to this, literally, Yamamoto is under, in essence, house arrest on board his um, ship. Maybe it is the Yamato, I don't know, whatever ship it was on there, because there are army units surrounding the port that he's in. It would be Yokohama, I believe, ready to arrest him as soon as he gets to a place that they can arrest him, like leaves the base. But basically he's kept on board because they're also worried about assassination attempts, as well as arresting. So if he's walking around the base, maybe somebody would shoot him. So they keep the Navy, it's not, it's for his own protection, keep him on board ship. And he's living on board ship in port, which is not the normal thing for admirals, because Japanese ships aren't the most comfortable places to live. And partially because of that, it's the only ship in the Japanese Navy that has an air conditioner installed on it for his personal quarters, to keep him reasonably cool while living on, because again, it's a ship sitting out in the sun, that's made out of metal, so it's baking. It's not like to be luxurious cool. It's just to be livable, instead of living in a nice wooden house underneath a shady tree that's otherwise, like I say, a nice place to live. So they're getting near to a civil war in Japan between the army and the navy. Leading up to this, and it's finally this, and it's against Yamamoto's advice, but again, it's a hierarchical society, and Yamamoto's going to go along with his elders' decisions, even if he thinks they're crazy. Literally thinks they're crazy decisions. So I would make an event chain that I don't know exactly. Well, one, I don't know if it would so much change, because I'm still as a modder, trying to eventually have a Pacific clash. Because I sort of the if you will, the Napoleon syndrome. Whatever you get is not enough. And I look at why the hell does Napoleon ever march into Russia? I mean, there's absolutely no need for Napoleon to go. He just built the greatest instrument of war on the planet, La Grande Armée, and it's sitting here and it can't get across to defeat its enemy, so he decides to take it and defeat Russia. That's my understanding of why that all happens. Because you had, reasonably good relations with Russia, and it's been years since I've read up on it, but Tilsit, the meeting on the barge with the Tsar and whatnot before that, and that goes sort of well. And if Russia ever, which they do, yes, they do march armies deep in, and do march an army into Paris eventually. But there was a Russian army that marched to Paris during the Napoleonic era. If that army isn't destroyed, the La Grande Armée can constantly, could move into, Prussia and Austrian territories, because they're both reluctant, somewhat conquered allies forced into alliance with Napoleon at the time. He could use that army in not like defensive as in fortifications, but as a reserve and go in and smash any invasions. But no, he decides to use it to go into Russia, and there's no strategic possible gain for France of owning territory in here or anything like that. It's just to use this army and crush a potential enemy kind of thing. So I would still, even if there's oil flowing from America, and even if there's steel flowing from America, there still would be American diplomatic protests over, China and whatnot, that would eventually push Japan into invading and doing maybe what they did historically, but a much, much stronger one, but without the forced destruction of the fleet at Pearl Harbor. And so I would have made an event, because we have here the Arizona. Oh, no, this is the Oklahoma. Sorry. Do we still have the Arizona, or did it finally go down? Yeah, I maybe finally lost the Oklahoma, or the Arizona. But No, I thought we still had the Arizona somewhere. Maybe we don't. But automatically remove those pieces from the map just by deleting them. So I would make an event that forces some of make some choices, and then with those choices made, forces you can't just go hide the ship somewhere else. They got to sort of follow the policies of forward deploying them somewhere that makes them vulnerable to surprise attack and lets them get sunk. So yeah, I don't like the direction that Black Ice is going in the I'm making a more challenging game because it's too easy. Well, yeah, America. This is why I quite honestly haven't played. I'm going. I hope this is interesting. There's a few people watching here. Why I haven't played America until now is because America's not shouldn't be challenging, because once it ramps up, it should just be spamming out Marine divisions into the Pacific, spamming out carriers wherever you want to go. Oh, destroyers, here, have a bunch wherever you need them. Divisions, let's send divisions to Europe and crush, and super divisions that are super well, both with texts and doctrines and whatnot to make them super strong, plus their uber divisions of mechanized units and whatnot, and so self-propelled artillery and all that kind of stuff that you're just going in and crushing. And to me, that's uninteresting, because to spend huge amounts of time playing it. And I've tried to, with this series, make it interesting. I was looking at the history of the conflict more than how challenging and the gameplay should be. And I definitely, from Johan, I believe it was stated this, he was one of the creators of this game at Paradox. He sort of saw America as the final boss monster, of the enemy, as sort of that's what it's being. And to a degree, not hardcore designed for that, but that was in his mind, so that where they're playing is, presumably is the Axis, that one poll showed that 70% of players of Black Ice played Germany. Now, you could pick more than one nation, so the totals would be more than 100%, but so like, what nations do you play? It was the majors. What nations do you play? Well, 70, and so you might pick 2 or 3, or normally play, or whatever it was. 70% of players said I sometimes play Germany. So that is, for at least Black Ice players, at one point, the most popular nation to play. And so that's the challenge: is can you do things like secure Britain, secure North Africa, and put armor, German armored divisions down here, defeat Russia before the boss challenge monster of America fully gets ramped up and comes in and crushes you. Because I think Germany played well enough, and historically, if you secure Britain, if you secure enough of this stuff, they really can't quite transatlantically destroy Germany. Especially if you've knocked the Soviet Union out, even if America's stronger. It just, without nukes, without that kind of stuff, I don't think America can hold down all of that. So let me read some of these chats, but then we'll get in and make an episode or two at least. Workers were shifted according to need. My uncle was a welder. They closed his factory down and spread the workers out where they're needed. First plane factory in Michigan, then on to LTC's on Neville Island. Yes, and for sure that they shifted people as needed. I do know the general, unlike Germany, the general production plan is you set up a machine tool to produce a particular widget, and you turn that machine tool on, and it just made those widgets until they decided they couldn't possibly need any more of those widgets, whatever they might be. Where Germany would produce a batch of them, and then switch that machine tool over to something else, a different widget, and then over to a gadget, and then over to something else, and switch it around. Where America would just get that and spam that out until they thought they had like being superseded by a new model of airplane or a new whatever. I think it's sometime sort of late-ish or mid 44, they start stopping a lot of half-track production in America because, we've got more than we could possibly use, because, you have to supply them with fuel and units, and so they shut down some of that production because they don't think they're going to need any more. Jesus, you have big ass explosion. Oh, the Crimea Bridge. Yes, I've seen that. They've just, if you don't know, at least temporarily, they've shut down the sort of Kretsch Bridge. One half of the roadway for sure has fallen into the sea, or whatever you want to call the strait here. The other one looks a bit damaged, but I don't know if it's so damaged that you don't want to drive across it. And they timed or hit the location to also there's a train bridge also built there to ignite a train on fire as well. I don't know structurally if the train bridge that goes parallel to it, if that's damaged, but there's a burning train on it. So for a while, until they get that fire put out and get the trains moved off, that's at least inoperable at the time. And so it's going to need another strike or two to fully put down. But it shows Ukraine's ability to strike into here with something. And I don't know what. It may or may not be Ukrainian made. And yeah, we can talk about outside involvement. World Ablaze mod is the only thing I'm concerned. Yeah, B-Ice on Hoi 4 has always been a little funky for me. Yeah, Tyler, I agree. I like World Ablaze. I have my problems with it as well. And you can look at some of my videos there. Yeah, I thought it would make it more historical and complex, but it is getting harder every version. They update. IC system of the U.S. previous versions is very historical, but sadly they deleted. Yeah, and that's something I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. There are a few ladies once in a while here, but someday I will play Germany again with Black Ice. I'm already going more and more into, I'm modifying Black Ice files, not just to be compatible, but to restore things. And so good to know I can dig in and get the stuff from the earlier versions and restore it to America, whether to make it easier for a player or the AI. Either way doesn't matter for me, but I want basically a historically based thing. It would be interesting if the Axis player by being victorious would affect US ICs by being victorious. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to, and I'd have to see how and why that would happen. I don't know. Because look, if you can destroy the ability for particularly America, but also Britain, to effectively bomb Germany. And I don't mean as in how effective the bombing is, but make it basically impractical to bomb Germany, like by invading or fully conquering Britain. Because, yeah, if you have, if you've got the southeast of Britain occupied with German divisions, yeah, theoretically you can have air bases up here that fly somewhere into Germany and drop bombs on them, but that ain't going to be the priority. Okay, so either taking Britain or whatever. German production can soar. Okay, we can look at. Yeah, I know some of it is self justification propaganda, but I believe there's a true core of truth to a lot of, Inside the Third Reich by Albert Speer, which I read pretty young and was probably wrongly influenced on some topics. I mean, not like be willing to be a Nazi, but believing Speer's own justification for things, shall we say. But I do believe that maybe not that he was the genius that he makes himself out to being, and I've talked about some of the reasons why he does effectively get industry under his control and significantly increases production, even while they're being bombed, even while critical resources like the Schweinfurt ball bearing factories are damaged or destroyed, and things like that, and shifting of artillery barrels from being artillery pieces, field artillery, to being anti-aircraft artillery. Meaning not that they're taking one barrel and they're remodifying it, but production is making anti-aircraft guns when maybe they should be making, field artillery pieces, and production is making anti-aircraft shells when maybe they should be making, field artillery shells. So if you're not having to worry about massive bombing campaigns, you can, shift a lot of stuff over to what would be necessary to win the war. So if you can eliminate the Allies' ability to bomb Germany one way or another, you make it impossible to go against, make it damn difficult to do transatlantic invasions of at least the mainland of Europe. It would be easier to do landings in some places on Ireland and secure Ireland and then land in here. And island hopping wouldn't be the exact term, but coming in again, that would tie up a huge amount of American resources if Germany is left on its own, and if Germany doesn't have to grind up resources in desperate battles in the East, even if the Soviet Union is still at war with you. But if you're holding Moscow or somewhere east of Moscow, it could just be sort of like border skirmishes, because I don't know really what levels of production, not that they wouldn't be enough, but it would be a lot less production levels for the Soviets. So I don't think they would be able to do the offensive campaigns. Plus, by taking a few of these ports and cutting off any supply coming up through Iran, Lend-Lease supply, you're making the Soviet Union, and also cutting off their oil, you're making the Soviet Union much, much more defensive as opposed to the ability on the offense. So yeah, there may be strong line of divisions out here holding the East, but that would allow you to keep that to just being a holding line of divisions and move all of the good mechanized forces to deal with any invasions that very well might make Germany, without nuclear weapons, undefeatable. In a practical sense, might. And we could see with that. And so I don't know affecting that. Yes, hi, Mirror Man. It was a truck bomb. There's a leaked CCTV. So was that? Okay. I saw a truck driving. I thought it was a missile striking. But maybe, because I remember seeing a truck driving into the air, and I sort of felt bad for the truck driver just as a random truck driver. But that could be something that could be. And I'm not sure you're right on that. But it very well could be a truck bomb as opposed to a missile, but I'm not sure. And that could be remotely operated by somebody nearby, just like hanging out over here, and they have, cameras and whatnot remotely driving the trucks. I don't know that the Ukrainians are going in for suicide truck bombers. But we see them using drones a lot, so I don't know why you couldn't easily turn a truck into a drone. So that truck going into where the explosion hits very well could be a truck bomb. You're absolutely right. I hadn't thought or heard of that before, Mirror Man. Thank you for that information. That is definitely something. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, yeah, it could be, because until we really, really know, I'm gonna reserve final judgment. Example, your naval loss in the Pacific would cause morale to dip in the U.S., continued failures to strengthen isolationist movement, and so on. Well, yeah, I'm going to get into making some episodes, but Japan loses the Pacific War the day they attack Pearl Harbor. That's when they lose, because it's a surprise attack. Because I've known enough people alive, like my grandparents, all my grandparents who were alive and around as adults. My father was born, but just a baby at the time of Pearl Harbor, and he's still around. But the visceral hatred of the Japanese that these people had because of that surprise attack. I don't think that is going to increase losing a fleet is going to increase isolationists sentiments after Pearl Harbor. Before Pearl Harbor, I could see Germany taking out Britain or something, and Americans seeing that as a lost cause. I could see that. But Japan wants the Pearl Harbor. Look at the explosion profile equal to all directions as opposed to missile coming in from a direction. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, Mirror Man. I'm just, while during live here, I'm not going to go over and look at it or read other things. I think you're probably right, but I'm going to reserve judgment until I look into it or talk or see other people as they analyze things. Cretch timing was awesome. The train was a fuel train. Yeah, burning fuel damaged the cement. Yeah, I'm even though only one half of the bridge is in the water, I have serious wonders of how structurally good the other half of that bridge is. Now, do realize that down here, there's a I think it was down here, but maybe it was somewhere over here. But I know here down like towards Key West, there's a series of islands, down to Key West, and that there's road bridges. But somewhere in Florida here, a bridge was taken out with that last big hurricane, completely taken out. 4 days later, they've rebuilt it. Not jury-rig rebuilt it, fully rebuilt it. So I'm sure the Russians can do it in 4 days. No problem whatsoever. Nope. I don't think the Russian, when I say Germans, the Russians have that building capacity that America does to snap rebuild a bridge about as structurally important as that Kretsch thing section that got destroyed. Yeah, put it right back up, pop, and you're driving again in just a few days. So yeah, don't quite think Russia has that ability. Okay, well, let's get back to the war here. Actually playing. Okay, is there any of these things? Destroyers are maybe useful, so let's well, after all those losses out in the Pacific, I think the destroyers are going to be needed. And I'm playing this game presuming that they're doing a reasonably good job at simulating reality, which may not be the case at all, but having destroyers should protect against submarines, should protect against air attack, or at least help. I'm not saying make you invulnerable, but help against all of those things to make disasters like we faced out there less likely than just having a big stack of battleships. But who knows with the game? The more I look into things, the more upset I get with, so I won't look into it. I'll just presume that it's good. All right. Okay, let's make an episode. Oh. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, playing Hearts of Iron Black Ice. And that's playing as U.S.A. And I've just spent, an hour and 30 minutes chatting with a bunch of cool people live about various things, including the game. So you can find the live stream if you want to watch it later, or show up live sometime and get a lot of interesting talks back and forth with the chat there. Now, we are in a desperate situation. This ain't good. If you didn't watch the end of that was a battleship task force. The Oklahoma is limping back. That was the other battleship division, somewhat taken down. And that, if I remember correctly, had 5 carriers in it. Or was it? Okay, the Yorktown. Don't know. That was probably from that was probably from the other battleship division. And I'm not sure what that. Okay, so yeah, they lost their carriers, so they had flown to Wake Island and are heading back to get. So we are in a bad situation here. We are also pushing against here. Now, strategies. Paul, who is currently live in chat, and others have been asking and suggesting about what to do European strategy. I don't believe I have enough controlling air power here. Now, I am sending in this carrier group here, which only has 3, though it has 4 carriers. Why doesn't it have the 4th? I don't know. I'm CAG, but they're just coming here, dropping off some units and heading back out. I don't know if I have enough air power to dominate this part of the world, to protect my sea power, to keep from having invasions happen yet. Taking out some of these islands, so if you take out here, they can march back and forth here unless you have a sea unit there. But taking out some of these islands, we very well may do so at some point. But my thoughts is to push down here, come down here, and trap and destroy all of these Italian units here eventually, hopefully, as being the goal. And once you do that, hopefully weakening Italy severely. Then at that point, which will take a while to do that, then we're looking at possibly, I don't know, the Balearic Islands look like they're a nice, probably easy target. And maybe, resecuring Cyprus and Crete or whatnot. Then possibly Italy or Spain or something, and we will see at that point the stage of the Soviet push into Europe. I mean, they may get to Berlin before we get into, seriously into European landings. So we will see how that goes. And that's just sort of my thoughts on operations upcoming. So, but those are just, plans. Plans are subject to change. I really love you guys giving me your thoughts on it. Don't think I don't care, even if I don't follow what you suggest. I do care, and I do appreciate it. Now, fortunately, we've destroyed most of the German units. There's a little bit that had been lent over from, I guess, this Panzer Army already. So these guys are going to be a bit weaker. They're going to be facing more Italian units. This HQ is a German unit controlled by Italy. We would give them metal for money, certainly. You can have metal for money, certainly, because one thing America does have in this game is resources. Okay. Okay, so single engine armor research prototype. Okay, spotting advance. Maybe that's what's putting us. Yes, 45. So let's come over here. We're getting close to 44. So yes, increase our fighter prototype research. We could do basing. That would be useful. Oh boy, what are we facing here? Okay, the Panzer, but these militia zones, militia units shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be, not saying that they aren't, but yeah, I was sort of waiting for these guys to, and that way we could circle around. Why they're getting such good defenses? Maybe there's a lot of units in that HQ that are fighting well. Okay, yes, money, nice. And a lot of Japanese transports still over here. Control that base. Oh, goody. Let's move over here. I didn't spot that base until just now, quite honestly. Bring in air from there. Yeah, I know we have anti-aircraft guns, but we're going to do ground attack. We're facing anti-aircraft guns. Money for fuel, yes. Money for fuel. Going to attack. You support the attack. I don't want to get cut off. You're still coming. Yeah, you're almost there. There we go. And yes, this is why I'm not playing well, because I get focused on one theater and I'm not looking everywhere. Okay, so we got surplus molybdenum. Airborne warfare research as advanced as that. They have a lot of wonderful technologies, so much that it's sometimes hard to figure out where they are. I do try to, okay, airborne. That over here? Yes, okay, 44. Yeah, we'll let that continue. Even though we have no airborne units, but if we ever do get them, I want them to be excellent. What is this? Venezuela? No. Okay, well, they have fighters up against us, which is not a happy thing. I'm going to move these fighters up to here. Hey, Beam Slam, how you doing? I'm doing very well myself. Okay, okay, air intercept. Don't need supplies. Okay, they lost a sub out here, the North Sea. We won this battle here, and they're going on, and we're going to join that there. Now we're hitting them from 3 provinces. Only one of them's behind the river. You come this way, you come this way. Okay, we got this fleet back to here. Now you come back to here and we'll pick up more forces and move them towards the front. Now here that we are here. Okay. Let's send, well, let's not just yet. We have the, let's see, the 5th Army here. They've got parachutists, reconnaissance. I'm going to strip some of these. Okay, the 7th Army here. Well, Now what we're going to do is we're going to 7th Army and Veteran Division 8. Let's move in this. What I want to do here is, because when you change commanders, you reduce down their readiness elements. So what I'm going to do is change commanders with just a few small inconsequential units. So that's going to reduce down those units. Now I'm going to come over to the 7th Army and the Veteran HQ here and hit R. And we're going to move over the Ranger Battalion, the Light Armor, and the Tank Destroyer unit. Now let's look. Yeah, a reconnaissance armor bar unit. There we go. What's okay? Let's look at this. What's its speed when it's going somewhere? Okay, 409. Not terribly fast because it's not a motorized unit. So the Rangers. So let's look at that. I think that maxes out, so that doesn't give them anymore. But okay, so there we go. That's artillery, light armor, tank destroyers. That should be a reasonably effective division. Let's move that forward. Okay. This unit here. Okay, well that's pretty fast. So let's see. Do we have any fast other units that we want to put there? I think giving that heavy AA unit would just slow it down. I think doing the engineers would too. So we're going to keep this as a fast mechanized force. Well, let's just move it this way. And here, yeah, that's full. No, I was mostly blathering before you showed up, so really haven't revenge for that. We are heading back to Pearl to lick our wounds still for losing the big fleet. Okay. Cruiser heavy artillery, anti-air. Car designs have improved. Very nice. Yeah, I guess we can let that continue, but we still have a little more. That be research. Let's just okay. Well, pause. Where will it? Let's pause. So off the Battle of Costa Raton, Saipan here. These motor torpedo boats are, we're going to spam out a bunch more, and they've been very good. So we've taken out a Japanese CVL. Okay, Tuskegee Airmen. The Tuskegee Airmen is a popular name of a group of African American pilots who fought in World War II. Formerly, they were formed the 332nd Fighter Group and the 477th Bombardment Group of the United States Army Air Corps. The Tuskegee Airmen were the first African American military aviators in the United States Armed Forces during World War II. African Americans in many states were still subject to Jim Crow laws. Well, many as in southern states, which are well less than half, but yeah, they were subject to those for sure. American military was radically segregated. Well, yeah. Please, please, sir. You know, some things upset me, okay? Or is it saying, oh, it's racially segregated right now, radically racially segregated? Yeah. Can you name to me a significant military, and I'll take, not right now in chat or later in the post below on YouTube, a major military in World War II that was not racially segregated. I'm waiting to hear that answer. Now you might go, oh well, hey, Russians units weren't, or something like that. Well, there were definitely Russian units, shall we say, or Soviet Union units, maybe I should say, that were made up of peoples from, Turkmenistan or whatever, that aren't, we wouldn't call them Europeans or whatever genetically. And some of those might not be overly racially segregated, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert on it. But you did not have, okay, so you maybe had some of their Eastern peoples there, and, you may go, well, Finland. Yeah, well, Finland, Finland or Norway or whatever, they have no significant numbers of different racial groups, So, the Japanese army was racially segregated. We can talk about whether some Koreans were put into the Japanese army, but is that really racially segregated? Maybe yes, maybe no. But even there, they formed like Indian Army, units from captured Indian soldiers, or they set up in Manchukuo, more or less Manchukuo puppet troops that were Russians. And some of that may be based on the idea of language, because they didn't maybe speak a lot of Japanese. I mean, probably a little bit of Japanese, just because they're living in Japanese-controlled territory. But, maybe having most of the language of command being in Russian or something. Britain, of course, was racially segregated its armed forces. And to a point they still do, but and the idea of having Gurkha units that have maybe now some Gurkha officers, people guys from Nepal, but you don't get just average privates from Britain going into a Gurkha unit in Britain. Yeah, you get white officers. Sometimes they're multi-generational professionals that are doing that. Yeah, fine. But, you don't get some guy from London joining as a private into a Gurkha unit. You don't, yeah, I know Gurkhas are a subgroup of Nepalese, and they're not inherently British citizens, though a bunch of them, if they serve long enough, get British citizenship, and then sometimes their children do join up. But that is a racially segregated unit, I would say, to this day. So I don't know of so you're pointing out you know, I feel this whole thing and a lot of this stuff is pointing out the obvious, but trying to make America look bad. You know, saying that they're racially segregated in America. Yeah, and every fucking where else on the planet too. So what's your point? You know, it's like saying, hey, yeah, American Army is made up of American soldiers. They didn't let in foreigners. Well, in fact, they did. But, well, yeah, I mean, it's just the basic facts of the time. Talking about, swearing that way. Okay. Flying a Microsoft flying simulator. Cool. Yeah, these kind of things are getting to me more and more. That you're pointing these stuff out without giving context. Tuskegee airmen were subjected to racial discrimination both within and outside the Army. Despite these adversities, they trained and flew with distinction. All black military pilots who trained in the United States trained at Tuskegee, Alabama, where also the Tuskegee experiments happened. Yes, trust your government. Your government's always good. You know, it was initially equipped with P-40 Warhawks. However, they were equipped for the initial combat missions with P-39 era Cobras and then later P-47, yes. Okay, break the barrier and deploy them. Never mind, we don't need them. Why do we lose? Oh, we get a fighter group deploys in Algeria. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, and to the best of my knowledge, let's also give credit where credit is due, people. To the best of my knowledge, the first armed forces that largely, not entirely, I doubt, I'm not an expert on it, the first armed forces that largely desegregated or became non-segregated was the United States Armed Forces. Yay! We were the first. So why don't they point that out? And why don't they point out that in racially desegregating the armed forces, Democrats got fucking pissed. And they, under President Wilson, okay, I'll dox myself a little bit. I went to Wilson High School, named after President Wilson. Under President Wilson, a Democratic president, the high school is still named Wilson High School, and yeah, there's lots of non-white students there. But he's a Democratic president, resegregated the American armed forces. It was the Republicans before him that desegregated the armed forces. This is before World War I. America desegregates its armed forces. It is the Democrats under Wilson that resegregates it, and FDR continues the process. Yes, I know Eleanor is cited as the champion for desegregation. Well, they never desegregate the armed forces. They just allow segregated fighter units. So yes, Democrats be bad. Whenever you hear anything bad about America, it's the Democrats that are doing it, not the Republicans. You don't have to like the Republicans. You can think the Republicans are bad and evil for desegregating and treating everybody equally, but hey, that's their mission. Now, modern day Democrats, they want to treat everybody differently because the poor racial minorities need special help that, you know, white people don't need because white people are just a little bit better. We're not prejudiced against you guys. We just want to help you out specially. Yeah, because you need it. Your special needs. No longer trying to keep them down like they were in the 40s or the 30s maybe, but they see them now as special needs people as opposed to people to keep down. But yeah, it's racial segregation. Presidential reform, yeah, whatever. And Algiers in North Africa. Spearhead president formed the spearhead headquarters of the Marine Division Spearhead at Camp Elliott in San Diego. Sure. Our forces asked for money again. I hate this element of the game. The USS Colorado lost, the Lexington lost, the Yorktown lost. Depressing. Mixed support artillery. Okay. Upgrade your airborne. Yes. We don't need any rationing. We have more than enough resources for everything. We've lost very high popularity, gone down to just high or normal. Well, but we did take out the Yamato and the Musashi in our battles. President France's annexed Vichy. France is now part of their country. Go to. Okay. Okay, well, I was sort of planning on coming in here and doing some naval invasions or whatnot, and to take out what was left of Vichy France. But I'm glad I got to keep this part of Vichy France here, because I need it to supply. But mentioning that, what is the name of this province? Oh, Bizerte. So let's go over here, create a supply convoy. Let's run it out of Washington, D.C. and no, okay, it's up. No, didn't see it. There we go. Okay, is there something I need to deploy now? Okay. That way we're at least hopefully getting more supply straight into the front. Hey, Louis. Yeah, that may be the best solution. I like some of their improvements that they've done. You were going to go operate in the Atlantic, but I think we're going to send you to the Pacific. Okay, well, you guys were going to I don't know. I think we're going to send you to North Africa as just sort of garrison troops. So we need okay, this mechanized force, light armor mechanized. So that could even be an armored HQ. I would say it would be fine for that, because they do have armored forces and they're very mechanized. So yeah, 16th Armored Division sounds all right. And this is the 42nd. This is going to be, of course, a very motorized infantry division, not an armored division, so good for them. Oh, well, let's see about what sort of commander we have. Oh, we could do better than that. Prescott. We'll go with Collins. Well. I don't know. Those battle commanders, well, maybe we'll get them in the theater and swap out a divisional HQ or something to get them board. The destroyers in another batch. Here. Big destruction, we need them. In the Pacific. Yes, Lewis, we were talking about it before you came here. Um, who was it? Mirror Man over on Twitch was saying it was likely a truck bomb, and I think he's correct, but I'm not absolutely sure. But I think he's correct. Okay. Let's send you down that way. I know we could send you into the action, but I'm hoping that all of that will get going. I wish I was motivated to do more modding, because I know I sort of call okay, end of Cold Strike, we'll get to that in a moment. I called for some help with some grunt work, and somebody posted, well, what do you need? And I that was a few weeks ago or whatever, and I never replied back to it, because right when I saw it, I wasn't really in the mood to dig up and explain. I sort of reluctantly to say this, because not that I wouldn't mind showing somebody how to do something, but they sort of kind of, I don't want to spend too much time, how do I put this? Sometimes it with some people, and I just trying to get meaning across, and it's not smart or not smart, trying to get meaning across. Sometimes it's more hassle to try to describe and how to get something to do it than just, even if it's going to take a few hours to do it yourself. Because I'm looking at this, and I know part of this, maybe even most of this, the reason we have so little fuel is because of the Ahoy 3's insane system of putting fuel into the system and sending it back. Because if you notice, 501 into the network, 498 returned to stockpile. Okay, so, and then traded away and convoyed out. I'm not exactly sure. Traded away is not that I'm selling fuel. Well, let me just check and make sure I'm not selling fuel. Oh, trades here. Okay. Export. Let's. Okay, that's oil, not fuel. Just making sure. That's importing fuel, so it's a big green line. Just go up here and make sure. I'm not selling any fuel. I'm importing some fuel. What the traded away here is like sending fuel to Britain to fuel ships based in Britain. Okay, or sending fuel to Saudi Arabia for, well, some ships based here, but units based here. So that is what the traded away means. Now that doesn't mean that it's not, some of that's not then returned to stockpile. I'm not sure convoyed out is different. I don't know exactly what that means, but so we're down by a huge amount, and we have plenty of oil. And we were talking about sure, no problem, Paul. Glad you are. Just sort of giving you the credit where credit's due. Talking about changes that Black Ice has made, some of this may be their fault, but the U.S. should not have a fuel problem. Now, it might be should have a fuel problem, up here at the front lines is how much it can get, into the front lines, sure, but not back here in Washington D.C. So right now, because they should have so much oil, America radically increased during the war, including some stuff very much in the heart of America, because it was in the heart of America, radically increased its refining capacity. So it should be refining huge amounts of fuel. So I don't know whether refining efficiency, and now this may be my fault for not researching up here a little bit, but I think it should have huge super bonus, sort of like these special things here, like M1 Grand and P51 Mustang. It should have fuel refining super bonus. Research this. That just converts huge amounts of oil to fuel. So, again, a little bit maybe by not caring about the oil well enough. So, yeah, but I'm not even sure if that is refining oil to fuel or refining like coal to fuel. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Okay, National Labor Board or National War Labor Board on November 20th finally agreed with a contract acceptable to the union and contractors. This fixed the mine wage at 57.07 US dollars a week and provided $40 USD to each miner for retroactive payment for underground travel time. Okay. Yes, we want stronger units. Japanese forces land on Entawak in the Marshall Islands. This gives them yet another, yes. Okay, so this, I should have, well, whatever. Okay. Bing visits the boys, we've lost that effect. We'll probably have another possibility. Do it. So yeah, maybe like every month have an event that spams in fuel to keep the cushion big. Yeah, let's form that agricultural industry. Lose some money, gain manpower and lots of supplies. Yeah. California's lost, the West Virginia's lost. We don't need supplies. We have more supplies than we know what to do with. More supplies, at least. Not necessarily more oil. But comet sighted. Economic boost ICs, money down 10% till February. Okay. Yeah, at this point, I know it sounds like gamers just griping on things, but these guys, I should organize them up, but I don't think I will. Let's move Patton forward so he doesn't get too far out. I can move Fifth Army forward. Battling Portugal now. Oh, that's right. Well, maybe we should attack Portugal. Like in Angola or somewhere. With this division. where's our fleet? Did I send our fleet all the way back? Yeah, I did. I sent it back to the U.S. Not that that's a bad idea. Just right here. Yeah, because we're only moving at 2 kilometers. Fucking it out. Oh, man. The problem is also when you start to collaborate with somebody, they've got to agree with what you're doing to want to help you. And so you need to have someone either that shares your vision enough or someone who is just willing to go, yeah, whatever you want, that's fine. I'm willing to make it, you know. Now that we're no longer defending. Let's see, what do we have here? Do we have any particular speedy units? We do, but you're already attacking. Okay. So you go there. You go there. You go there. I think we're going to get this very soon. All right, well, we're going to end this episode. Don't want to get these too long, but we're going to, of course, keep playing on the live stream. And we're going to, oh, do we have something get deployed? No, we just shifting ICs around. So we're going to do some more production decisions here, starting at the next episode. So I want to thank particularly Tim, Strongarm, Niagara, Timothy, and Sir Choi Jet for support over on Patreon. But what I really ask you all to do is, if you're new here, smash the like button. Everybody lick the like button. Smash the subscribe button. Boy, if I'm messing this up. Lick the like button and post a comment, because comments really do feed the algorithm. And what I really want to do with this channel is grow things. Growth would be my greatest joy with this channel. So if you can post a comment, it really does help. So, and of course, just watching helps. So thank you all so much. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to make a safety save, and then we're going to continue on here, just in case if I have to come back to something. Okay, yes. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745, and we're continuing our version of the Second World War. Playing as the United States. Of course, we're playing Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice. And if you're new here, smash the subscribe button. Everybody, I hope you want to lick the like button. And, hey, post a comment. Tell me that my requesting those things are annoying or something. I don't know. Okay, well, what do I do? What do I do? And those in chat you can post later on, but those in chat, what do I do now here? I have a little bit of extra production capabilities. I don't know really if simply moving more into supply production, which I do think that does affect refining capabilities, but I don't know. So the big question is do I try to increase my forces, or do I increase my production? Do I produce more ICs now, or do I produce more units? Any thoughts, guys, on Twitch or YouTube? You might need that division headquarters to Portugal to hold the cities you have taken in North Africa. Yeah. Actually, yeah. This division, I was thinking about sending it down to either, down and take out Bissau or Angola. The reason I would want to do these things is the reason I wanted to conquer here, but because they did not have fuel or supplies, Britain could not supply my units. If I can take out this force, it would, especially before they destroyed a bunch of my other forces, or a bunch of their other forces down here, it would have freed up a bunch of Commonwealth forces. So the AI doesn't handle some of these other fronts well. So I don't know. And you're right, Paul, it may be a good idea to hold here. Now, what I'm sort of kind of hoping is all of these, and I do have that unit holding there. And I do have some of these guys hopefully looking menacing to the AI, and so the AI won't invade. Now, it would be lovely if these Free French forces were to split up and guard the ports. You know, let's see if the objective system will work at all. Eventually going to get to here, so now let's see if we can get these guys out here a little bit. They got 3 divisions there and 3 divisions there, so if they move a division to each one of those locations, that would be useful. Okay, Lewis and Paul say more units. Okay, more strategic bombers, says Arno. Okay, so more units instead of increasing production. Right, well, I've got a lot of strategic bombers, Arno, so I don't think I need any more of those. I'm just sort of maybe not using them quite as effectively as I should, but I've got a huge amount of strategic bombers, so I'm not going to do the bombers, sorry. Maybe some more non-oil dependent divisions for Africa to free up. Put the French in charge. Well, I don't know if I'm putting them in charge. I'm just hoping they put a division there to help. Okay, so let's see. And I was mainly looking at force transport. Engineers. Yeah, let's do mixed support. There we go. Okay, we'll do a couple of these divisions. Well, you're not wrong with aircraft carriers. I put 2 more battleships and a CV already into production here. Well, no, two CVs in production here after that big loss. So we have 2 carriers and 2 battleships coming. Now, we've got 4 carriers here, and only 3 CAGs on them. I don't remember why I don't have another CAG for that. We have over here another 3 CVs, 3 fleet carriers, and have they made it back? Okay, you're maybe already here. Yeah, 3 carriers here, so we'll have 6 carriers in the Pacific right now. These guys got to get repaired. So yeah, so we have that. Let's see how North Africa goes for a little while, because we're not ready to actually put anything into production at the moment. But we'll see if we can clear up North Africa enough. Hello, Larry T. No, nope, we're not at war with England. This is Hearts of Iron 3, in which things happen mostly historically. So Oh, you're talking about this maybe. This is was designed for the AI. And I totally agree with this. The US didn't have this, big a chunk right out here, but they had bases all over the southeast of England. This if you don't do this, the American AI will not send bombers over to Europe to try to bomb Germany. So this is just an event that gives this territory over to the U.S., puts in a bunch of air bases and air defenses, a little bit of defensive units, to allow, so that the AI sees, oh, there's American territory here. Hey, American territory close enough to bomb Germany. So let's fly over our strategic bombers and bomb Germany. So that's what I guess you're referring to here. So it's sort of an event thing to set up the 8th Air Force here and give it bases, and so that the AI will do it. Obviously, we could put U.S. forces into these air bases. God, these are all filled with fighters and other things. Yeah, you could be putting U.S. bombers in British air bases and doing the same thing, but this is just sort of a way to deal with the bad AIs that isn't terribly wrong. Oh, you would think, yeah. Yeah, Larry, no, I still think this is the best for a now whether you play 9.1 or 10 or this is Black Ice 11.1 or whatever, or 11.2, I forget exactly. This to me is still the best, though there are improvements in Hoi 4 and improvements in World Ablaze and maybe Black Ice for Hoi 4. But to me, this is still the best grand strategy global World War II game out there. With those caveats, this is the best. For all of its faults, and trust me, if you've watched enough of my videos, you know I bitch and moan about all kinds of things. We're gonna not shatter you. I think we have enough other divisions here that are gonna push in. So it's not, you can point, well, what about this, gamer? Well, I'll probably agree with you if you want to point out some problems, because I definitely see them. So you can have energy, yeah. Negative money. Maybe we'll, okay, twin engine airframe research. Spot that will always help a little bit. Well, we're almost to not overburden the system. Conclusions after victory. Okay. We've taken Tunis. You can move up. Okay, there's a little bit of oh. Wait a minute. What? Okay, so we can't come through here. We have to go over this way. Oh, how interesting. Okay. Oh, he was battling there. Oh well, whatever. That wasn't the best move, but whatever. I made a mistake. Yeah, so Hoi 4 Hoi 4 is close, but it is, I do think this is the best. Okay, so I'm overrunning whatever forces that may be here. Okay, you come down that way. So you fall back again. Sorry, British Army, we're not going to be able to stay and support you. Oh, and stability has increased incredibly. It's not perfect, and I'll very much admit the more sub-mods you add to it, the more unstable it gets. Though with just Third Reich events, it's still fairly stable. But yeah, stability has increased incredibly. And either my earlier rants today about some of the stuff, the way they're changing for the latest version of Black Ice that I don't like. And I'm thinking about changing stuff back if I ever really get to actually modding again. Because I have the older versions and I can just go in and figure out what they changed and re-put it back. Resistance support. Okay. Yeah, we'll continue that, I guess. Light cruiser crew training. That'd be over here, and where is it? There. And I think I've really only had crashes because of I'm recording and streaming at the same time while playing, and pausing for a long time and talking and then going on, or other things like that. I'm putting additional stress on the system. So I think the few crashes that I have had playing this particular version without the mods, without the sub mods. Now the sub mods, like I say, is getting a little bit more iffy, but again, mostly I'm playing with streaming and recording and whatnot. That does does add stress to your system. So it is not perfect. So if you need a game with 0 crashes, no, this isn't it. But it is mostly stable, or a little bit more than that. Yeah, well, and of course you need the sort of, all of the 3 main sub-mods for the Motherland, Their Finest Hour, and Semper Fi. You don't need the other DLCs, whether, the Gata Damarung or the cosmetic ones. You don't need those. And they've also gone in and I can't really show you, but easily with this, but they have there's an actual additional pop-up window with this game, that one of the things you do with it is you go in and it goes in and actively removes all of the sprites from the game, and saves it out that way, and a few other things to be able to deal with that they didn't do a pop-up window you see here, so you alt tab over to it or whatever to get to it. But by getting rid of the sprites and just for the counters, that increases stability. So and since Black Ice, you can't really use the sprites with Black Ice. Oh boy, okay, off the coast of Cadiz, out here, we sunk a Bulgarian light cruiser and 2 liners, I guess, with our fleet. Now, I don't know how they got here. Well, I guess they probably came out of the Mediterranean and sailed all the way around up to here, because we control holding both Tunis, or not Tunis, Tangiers, and Gibraltar closes the straits to them, I do believe. So since we fought them out here, I think they came all the way around. Why the hell for, I guess, other than, I don't know, planning on invading Britain? But Bulgaria sent its fleet out, and we just sunk some of it. No, we don't want to buy more supplies. Let's make sure. Okay, we're now into the positive again, but let's look. We got more than enough supplies, so Let's make sure we're not importing any supplies. We don't need supplies. I don't know, some of these I think I did just to make sure that maybe they were making some money. Well, let's get rid of Cuba. Like Australia, okay, Costa Rica, we don't need supplies. Guatemala, yeah, we don't need any supplies, so let's send this. Now they may be buying steel from us, but with that money. But if we're not buying supplies from them, we don't, it will balance out for a positive. We're importing fuel, good, because we have our god-awful fuel situation here that, again, I think is bad, wrong, not helpful. Okay. So we'll import fuel, but no supplies from these. I'm leaving Australia and New Zealand just because maybe it's helping their economy to buy resources that they need. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I don't know enough. I didn't say anything when I saw it pop up. But do realize a light cruiser, they might have had a light cruiser. They might have. Not all light cruisers are equal. And it might just sort of kind of be a big destroyer, you know, guns just big enough that are no longer destroyers. And it might be even sort of leftover World War I something. So I don't know, Arno, on that. Yeah, I hear you, Lewis, about the sprites. And so, yeah, so they auto remove or you run a routine and it scrubs them from the game and other things to make the game more stable. And so if you're playing 9-1, it's somewhat stable. But if you play 10 or 11, it is even more stable. And it's just because with, you know, I complain about the money situation. Money, as I understand the envision of this game and the way I understand the way the war works in real history, money is not a question of domestic. Like, do we have enough to pay our troops? Fuck it, they'll just print the money, whether it's Britain, Germany, or whatever else, and then they'll just put price controls and rationing so that the soldiers have money, but they can't spend it on anything. And to keep inflation from happening, you know, it's either rationing or price controls. So they just put it in the bank or whatever. Or in the U.S. particularly, what they're doing is buy war bonds. So it's government money machine goes brr and spews out all kinds of money. Workers get paid all kinds of money, but since they're making combat boots and not ladies' shoes in the factory, there are you can buy ladies' shoes in America at least. And in Germany, they still do that to some degree, but it's limited in the amount that you can buy. But instead of buying a big collection of ladies' shoes or something, since all the factories are making, like I say, combat boots or whatever, they go out and buy war bonds. I really truly believe the main war bond effort is a way to suck up all that money that people are making that can't go buy a car. Well, because there's fuel rationing. Fuel rationing doesn't really have anything to do with fuel. It has to do with the rubber. But neither mind. But yeah, you can buy a used car. But then there's fuel rationing, so there's not necessarily too many places to drive, and you know, obviously there's no new cars being made, so you know that people would be with these jobs in America buying these things. So to keep that money, you know, from creating inflation and forcing more rationing or price controls, they are pushing. To buy war bonds to get a return on your money, but paid after the war. And there is rationing in America, but it's not heavy. And it's like my dad still has a basic preference for margarine, which is a synthetic butter, because he grew up during the war as a kid, and that's what was common, was margarine instead of butter, because butter was either hard to get or rationed or whatever. So I sort of grew up because in the household having margarine because that's what he liked. But I prefer butter. So I did get enough other butter, but there really wasn't a significant lack of things like food and basic staple foods in America. I'm not saying there wasn't rationing, because I don't know all the details, and I know there was some, and I'm not saying certain things weren't scarce, but it was nothing like Britain or the continent of Europe when it comes to things like butter or beef or chicken or whatever. There was plenty of that around, at least for a basic level of stuff. It just, so I totally disagree with money on a domestic concept here. What money is a means of exchange between nations. And so whenever I organize it, and so I've gotten rid of the army needs money. No, I've gotten rid of all of those with Third Reich events. I've turned those off basically. They're still there, but they don't happen. So if somebody wanted to re-enable them, it would be perfectly easy if they want to and whatnot. But I've disabled them. Like they say, they're still there, but they don't fire or do anything. So it is somewhat becoming more my version of what's going on. Okay, Battlefleet Concentration Doctrine. And I'll check out Beam Slam here in just a moment. Okay. Let's come up here and get naval bomb prototypes into development here. Do we have more technology to research? No, yeah, a little bit. Okay, and we'll do medium bombers. Okay, World in Flames, the digital version. All ships have the stats and ships in history note for every ship. Quite interesting to read sometimes. Yes, I definitely remember as, kid might be a young man, seeing people at game conventions playing World in Flames, the big wall-mounted version. Really cool. Never had a space big enough to play it or the money to spend on it. The biggest problem that I see with World in Flames is there's no AI, and I probably could set up enough and learn the game and set up enough to have opponents. The other thing I think, again, this is more of an I think, is maybe a little more rigid of a game to history. You don't, again, I rail against the over fantasy of Hawaii 4, but I like this sort of, maybe Spain or Portugal. And I talked about conditions. Was it last weekend or the weekend before? Spain or Portugal might have joined the Axis. Not these conditions, but some conditions that might have happened. And I would put, Turkey does get into World War II. If you guys don't know, they join a side. I forget the exact date, but they joined the Allies. But they don't, to the best of my knowledge, really invade Bulgaria. And I think the only reason they really joined the Allies is to make sure the Soviet Union doesn't invade them. So they really didn't want to go into the war at all. And they joined the Allies. Just, they do join the Anti-Comintern Pact, the second version of it, but they never actively, go to war against the communists. So in my opinion, you sort of have to have Axis control of all of the Mediterranean and pushed, sort of like down here, and control of Moscow and Stalingrad and this whole area. Then maybe Turkey would join the Axis. Otherwise Turkey is staying out. So either there's U.S. Army divisions moving, so it's like late 44 or early 45 they join. I forget what, but Italy out of the war, U.S. coming in, Soviets pushing here. That's when they'll join the Allies. So otherwise they stay out. So I want realistic type things. Now I do have some events that sort of make Turkey a little more friendly to the Axis because Germany's pushing on them, and working on it. But that doesn't mean that they join the Axis, So I want a plausible game that alters from history, not a wacky game that adds. True, basically the board game, even the digital version, but save space, absolutely. Turkey won at Thessalonica. Yeah, Turkey. Well, yeah, but Britain wasn't going to let them have it. Italy wasn't going to let them have it. There's a lot of leading up to World War II. I don't know if a lot's maybe the right term, but there is some definite Turkish anti-Italian propaganda going on. Italy and Turkey do not like each other. And between Italy's goal for, you know, a new Roman Empire, which may or may not include Turkey, and whatnot. Let alone, you know, Cyprus, you know, French, Syria, or whatever. Give them money for fuel, yes. Give them money for fuel, yes. Yes, Beam Flam, it is difficult to compare something like World in Flames to true digital game. That's why I still like this the best. I mean, with all of its faults, like with this fucking fuel situation here. That yes, I can solve this with a mod. Now I can't just go in and mod this game. I guess I could go in and change the save game, but they've maybe made that a little more difficult. But I could, you know, start a new game and make a mod that once a month spams in fuel for America once it gets to the war, or I could play around a little bit and try to make the converting of oil to fuel, you know, super more effective for America, or do a combination of those things and fix this. So this is a fixable thing for America. And you have the same problem with Germany, but the problem with Germany is if you give them too much fuel. Wow, 39 I don't know how we're getting this intel, but 39 aircraft units here in Berlin. Well, interesting. Okay, the problem is if you spam in too much fuel for Germany, you're not showing Germany's true limitations of fuel situation. Where America, yes, America was starving for fuel at the front, but it was never starving for fuel back here. So it's the amount of shipping to get fuel places, which for here it's, you know, these convoys, you know, do we have enough convoys? And then it's how good the ports are. I mean, so maybe you have plenty of convoy ships, can move fuel theoretically to Britain or whatever, but if you're holding, you know, messed up ports that can't receive the supply and you're dumping in too many units, yes, then you have fuel problems for America. I'm not going to suggest you don't. You guys can start walking that way. You come over here to occupy. You come over here to occupy. You come up to here. Look bad and threatening, and oh, Eisenhower, I thought, was over in the Philippines, but I don't know. Okay. So, twin engine research. Let's move that to here. Okay, now we can produce more things. So what we're trying to do is get some divisions that are not too fuel dependent for America to be able to help in North Africa and hold the coast from possible counter invasions. you know what? Okay, well, another thing what we're going to do here is it is shown to be very, very effective. These only take a few days to build. Let's do 20. What we're going to do is we're going to move all of these to the bottom. And we're going to spam in motor torpedo boats. And these motor torpedo boats either are going to go to the Pacific or sit out, sort of like we have doing here, and guard the coast along here with, you know, patrols of motor torpedo boats, instead of trying to overly garrison. I'm not saying we're not going to garrison at all, but instead of trying to heavily garrison, at least the ports. Argentina, no. Trade with Argentina. That, okay. Submarine damage control advance, very nice. Okay, that's grayed out. And yeah, I'd make some events that spam out, or just go back and get the events that spam out the ICs for American black ice. Medium artillery or medium tank. Okay, grayed out. Doing some of these other research. Look at infrastructure levels. Okay, that's down at 2, so we can go to there. That's down, so we can't go to there. You come down just to sort of occupy that. Regime change. Iraq is now a puppet of the Comintern. How the hell did that happen? That's why I don't need that. That sucks. I'd rather have it British controlled. Oh god, because the Comintern needs the Soviets need to focus on Germany, not Africa. Okay, trade money for supplies. No. We don't need supplies. We need fuel though. We'll take fuel. Oh. I don't know how that happened. We've lost the effects of the Persian Gulf because we've lost this. See, that's... Well, they're... No, I think fleet killers, motor torpedo boats equal fleet killers. We have completely here, we have stopped any invasions, any movement with these two units. One is patrolling, one is just sitting here, and they are working excellently. So we're not talking speed bumps. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if it gets wacky enough, I'm going to quit this just because of things. And I don't know whether to go and try to play some Hoi 4 with the new DLC. I haven't even gotten it yet, or something else. I don't know. I know with this playthrough we have not been looking too much here because we just we're just letting these guys get rebuilt here. There should be plenty of port space here, getting them up. Dam buster bomb, nice. Bomb, okay, yeah, we'll do tall boy. So yeah, no, I'm actually thinking effective control with the coastally with the motor torpedo boats, not speed bumps. You know, stopping them dead in their tracks. That. Sort of kind of banking on the Axis don't really have the ability to invade at the moment, but they have made worse decisions already in this game than that. Okay, another submarine down. Ecuador will no longer receive fuel for money. Okay, well, I was liking the fuel. Okay, medium tank destroyers. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll let that continue. Fire control training systems, those are nice, especially if I still had a fleet for you to use them. I still have some fleet units, but not like I used to. Where? Okay, well, I guess it's 44, so we'll let that continue. And light armor designs have improved. Okay, so let's go with armor plate thickness. Now, before Arno asks, let's take a look at what currently. Okay, still the Pershing, which don't overly fixate on what the models are, but we're seeing what they are. M5 Stuart. Well, that's the M5 Stuart. Maybe is 43 was not too wacky, but yeah, all right. In fact, this headquarters unit. Something get to pull. Oh, we got another Robert E. Lee division. I don't think they'd do a Robert E. Lee division. Definitely they wouldn't have done a Jefferson division. It was mostly the British giving out Confederate names to tanks and whatnot, not the... And the U.S. sort of, I don't know if reluctantly, well, reluctantly maybe, mainly not so much in the political dimension, but in, they would rather have it, the M4 A3 medium, or tank medium A43, you know, as their really cool, a creative name for the Sherman. But the British go, let's call it, oh, I don't know, after General Sherman and General Stuart and General Grant and General Lee, and you know, so yeah, it's the British know how to name things. The American military wanted everything. Yeah, Pershing tanks lead the way. Yeah, that would be good. So yeah, okay. Okay, so production. We've put in 20 motor torpedo boats. We have some light cruisers coming, a couple of heavy cruisers coming, some CVs. A lot of more carrier aircraft to either use on carriers or land base. More patrol planes to put out in the Pacific or the Atlantic, and some more CVLs. We've just got through a bunch of destroyers, but that probably means we need more destroyers. So let's do, no, not 20. That would be historically. No, historically, let's put out 40. I'm serious. Yeah, if this was anywhere near historical. U.S. would be so much better off, but yeah, I don't know. Yes, you can get money for fuel. Okay, air defense networks. Okay, let's take a look. Is that under artillery here? Yeah, 1940. Yeah, we'll let this continue. It does reduce down our manpower, but it seems to be plenty of manpower. I mean, something may happen. Supply production, well, that does affect overall production, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. So, yeah, A organization, radar efficiency, provincial A efficiency, radar, combat impact, all those things are good. Repair rate, so. Heavy artillery brigades advance. Well, we may own a few, but we haven't really built any. Meaning events may have given us some. And like self-propelled AA, which U.S. definitely did do, but mostly found unnecessary because they controlled the skies. Okay, we won, so now we should be attached to an HQ. Where are you? You're way back here. Okay, well. Huh? Oh, wow! I did not realize this happened. I don't know when it happened. But France has given me its units. Okay, well. As long as they don't take them back. Now, these are just light infantry, true. But still. Okay, we'll leave one there. We'll leave one there. So we'll. Okay, and in rough terrain, these would be useful in that they don't take up. I mean, they have French trucks, so they take up some fuel. But let's send one of these. Well, okay, where are the going there and there? Okay, well, what? We don't need that. We're gonna move you up to Tunis. Can they grow mustaches? Well, I'm sure. Yeah, so we're gonna put the French here. Well, that will allow us to move this division up here, which is a more fighting-ist sort of division. Well, if my transatlantic convoys would work better, we could get more HQs for it. I know we can just create them locally, but we need some more units. Okay. Moment. Cruiser. I'm going to save this before the first of the year, which is coming up very soon here. And I think we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, but the episode here. I want to thank you all so much. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, I'm going to grab another Coke and be back. Just give me something to keep me talking here. So I will be right back. I don't know if Arno's ever yet figured out how to tell a joke, but maybe he could tell a joke in chat, at least on Twitch or something. So I'll be right back, just a moment. Back. Okay. Deploy this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to also, so just zooming in and out there, I'm going to, you're going to go to a black screen because we just saved this, didn't we? Yeah. I'm going to quit and restart the game. So yeah, black screen, but everything's good. I'm still here. And yes, you should see things again. Okay, we're back. Yay. Now this fleet is taking forever to get across, but maybe it'll get going fast. See, it should be moving at 20 knots, and it's been moving at 2 knots because of this damn fuel situation here. That is not correct. So, and let's start mentioning fuel. Let's take a look at supplies. Okay. Well, let's wait till we get to Tripoli to do another fuel or another supply situation coming in. Okay, do we have motor torpedo boats anywhere on the Atlantic? Don't think so. So when we get more, we'll put them there. I think we might have some more along the coastline here. Or did I get them all out? Oh, 2. Okay. Base into there. These are the subs that I sent. So let's no leader. Let's go. Here. Let's patrol here. No. Here. Yeah. And I'm patrolling, so hopefully they will engage surface ships that come into this area, like an invasion fleet. Okay, so that's sort of there. Now they got some stuff down here, so we're gonna, okay, it's too far away. There we go. We're gonna do convoy raiding. Go after convoys there. Well, you know, let's move you up to here. We're going to rebase you to there. And we'll have you convoy raid deeper into here. Now up here, we got, okay, you're, yeah, you can just stay in port and fully repair. We got, see, here we go, motor torpedo boat. We'll look at that one now. Roll the clock. Let's, no, it's back here. Yeah, the one that isn't going anywhere. And yeah, we'll put you patrolling around here just in case they come for back here. Okay, that will hopefully help. And so those, oh, I forget, who is it? Larry, who was commenting on stability. The reason I restarted is because when I was zooming in and out, it was starting to stutter a bit. This is how I would describe that. And to me, that means it's getting a little unstable. So if you notice things like that, you can normally, you know, just save and restart, and you won't have a, you know, any serious problem. So keep that in mind. So when I say stability's increased, it has hugely increased. But there still can be issues. And if you watch out for things like that, you can probably avoid most crashes. And to a point, it is hardware independent. Hey, Lawless, how you doing? Good to have you here, my friend. Okay, so we've got plenty. Well, okay. Let's see. We have 3 carriers, a battleship, 2 heavy cruisers. Okay, this is a pretty decent group. We're gonna send you to Honolulu. Yay. Okay, and we're also going to send these guys because our other fleets got pretty well hammered, so we're going to do well. Biggest problem with this guy is he's slow. What's his speed? Or at least he should be slow. Max speed 26. What are some of these battleship speeds? Some of them are old, so they might be. No, not the fleet carrier. Like, what speed is this? Max speed 23. Okay, so we could put that CVE with some old slow battleships. So let's temporarily join these guys together. No, way. We'll be a little slower getting out, but a little more escorted. So that way we can. Let's see, so that guy is moving, yes, at 23 knots at maximum. This battleship division is moving also 23. So yeah, we could put the Iowa though. See, Iowa's a fast battleship, but that's at 30 knots. So we can maybe put that, I don't know, Maryland 23. So it's really just the Iowa here. That's a new built ship. Hey, Flexible, how you doing? New games on a hood, but never figured out how to play it. Yeah, well, now I grew up playing the Rise and Decline or whatever of the Third Reich by Avalon Hill. So I sort of have a natural history with a lot of this stuff. The best version of the game is with Black Ice, and Black Ice changes things so much. Don't worry about learning the base version of the game and then learning Black Ice. Just learn Black Ice. I know I try to explain why I'm doing things. I'm sure I'm not perfect at it. So my best advice, I guess, is to okay, we're going to put the Yorktown and the Iowa together as a group. Give them a battleship there and a modern battleship. Is to watch some of my series, I guess, Flexible. It's the most. This, whether you're talking, I would either go with a version 10 of Black Ice, one of the 10 version, or 11, point something or whatever. 9.3 or 9 something is good too, but not as stable. But I go with either version 10 or version 11. You can download the different versions. And it is the best grand strategy global World War II game out there, I think. And you can see the problems I rant about them, but I think it's the best for all of its flaws. And you can watch my series, and I talk about what and how to do things. So, and it's all about hands-on experience. Absolutely. It is a complicated enough game that you should take you 2 or 3 serious tries. You know, pick a country you want to play. I like playing Germany, but pick a country you want to play, and know you're going to fail. You know that we're going to play Britain, but no, you're going to fail somehow. You're going to realize, oh shit, I did something really bad, and that means I got to go all the way back to start over again. And it just takes that to learn it. But it's once you learn it, it's worth it. It's the kind of game that, you know, it's worth learning. At least I would say that. Played vanilla, got the game to play Black Ice. Well, I started playing. My history is I started when their Finest Hour DLC was already out when I found the game. And I actually found that I did have some old copy of Hoi 1, but I'd never played it. I got it somehow. I don't know how. And actual, sold, CD, printed, not a pirated copy or something, but I never played it. I found Hearts of Iron 3 Finest Hour. It was For the Motherland was that, not Finest Hour. Finest Hour comes out after I find it, but it's For the Motherland's out. And I start playing it, and what almost gets me to rage quit was having different infantry tech weapons for infantry divisions, and then having different ones for mechanized forces. I'm going, what the hell difference between these things are there? This is screwy, no way. Then I really started looking around and found Black Ice, and never really gone back from that point. So yeah, that's sort of my history with Black Ice. Okay. Now we have, where are they here? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna be risky, because we're gonna go, well, I don't know if we're gonna go fast. Let's also put on a HQ, I guess. If we can keep the fuel supplies up, I don't know. But let's rush these guys. They're going to go at 19 knots, rebase to here, yes. We'll definitely escort them past Hawaii, but I really don't think we're going to run anything into anything. Yesterday bought this game to start playing, so going to download Black Ice mod, but this game has so much different and more events and economy work than Hoi 4. Yeah, it does. It is a very different game than Hoi 4. It is a more detailed concentration game, for sure. But this is still the best. Hoi 4 has some really good things to recommend it. I'm thinking I'm going to get the DLC that just came out for Hoi 4. And maybe next week play that. Not that this series is going to be over, but I'm thinking I'm going to play some Hoi 4. But if I had to pick one, it would be Black Ice, Hoi 3. That would be the one I would pick if I had to pick just one. All right, let's get to making some episodes here, or at least another episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice, which I still think is the best World War II grand strategy, global, historically plausible type game out there. Is still the best. Hoi 4 has a lot to recommend it, and I like the game, but this is, with Black Ice and some of the sub mods, is probably the best game in existence for this out there still. And as Lewis is saying, the problem with me, Hoi 4 is Steam exclusive. Yes, it is. I understand why they did it. I understand why people have problems with it, But yeah, I get that as a valid criticism. Just hope they can add multi-core support for Hoi 4. You mean for, you know, more? I'm pretty sure they have, you know, CPU cores. I'm pretty sure they have multi-core support. I could be wrong, but I thought they did. Well, we didn't watch this here, but we drove off a cruiser with our motor torpedo boats. Okay, do we want to trade with Australia? Yeah, okay, we'll trade with Australia. You know, we want the money. Okay. We've now become a global land power instead of just a land power. Deployed enough divisions. Organization regain rate plus 10%, land organization plus 10%. IC efficiency for production down 1.5%. So that is a significant boost over these. Okay. Well, yeah, then that would be nice. I forget. I probably knew at one point. Cast ground crew training. Okay. I know we're in 1944, or we're virtually there. But let's look around and see, yeah, things that may be a little more important to do earlier than others. And so if you're, you know, and they very much said this for Hoi 4 in the development mindset, is Hoi 4, and I think part of it is they're compensating. You'll realize that there is approximately equal number of provinces between Hoi 4 and Hoi 3. And getting more, there's sort of a somewhere between an engine limitation and a CPU, mentioning CPU limitations, for the AI is considering this. Realize this is not a real-time strategy game. This is a turn-based strategy game that the turns are one turn each hour. So for a human player, we don't really see the turns. And so you do have initiatives between, you know, each hour. Not each day, but each one of these hours that clicks through as a turn. But the AI is constantly evaluating things. And the AI, we generally think the combat AI, shall we say, for both Hoi 4 and Hoi 3, though it's been a little while since I played Hoi 4. It's gotten a lot better from start for Hoi 4 for sure. The combat AI is not so great. Maybe even down to being suck. But it's constantly having to evaluate what's going on every single hour for combat. And you add too many provinces in, it becomes more and more of a problem for not just for CPUs running it and the AI dealing with it. But, and I counted this up on, at least like on the Netherlands and Belgium and a few other places, between Hoi 4 map and Hoi 3 map, they've reduced the number of provinces about half. So what that does is it gives fewer provinces, so like plunks. Like these two are turned, let's say theoretically, are turned into one province. So you have one division sitting here. And you can do that all along this area. So you have fewer provinces. Okay, well, especially if you have a nation that is fairly small and doesn't have enough divisions, you can concentrate your force. So instead of having one division in each one of these provinces, theoretically, you can have two divisions in each of the, you know, border provinces. So you're better defended. Right. Well, the problem is with that is that you have less tactical choice as a player. You're just bashing your head, you know, straight into the enemy instead of like, oh, I'm going to hook around through here and cut off this province and move up here. It's a more concentrated game. And they claim because there is about equal number of provinces, because I did look in it, is that they have, instead of these huge giant provinces in other parts of the world, they have, because this, look, I don't know if you can tell, this thing is huge. Look at this province here. This is huge province. I mean, all the way down to here, between these two rivers and up to here. That's one province. Is that they've moved more provinces more evenly distributed around the world. Well, yeah, if your main thing is, I'm going to play Hoi 4, and I'm going to play as Brazil and try to conquer South America or something, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but that's not the World War II game, and so these areas are less important, so you need less focus on them. But they've balanced it out a little bit more like that. And so they've taken away provinces from where action happens heavily in World War II, which may or may not be in the center of Germany theoretically, but this part, they've cut the amount of provinces in this zone in half. Well, it's easier for their AI, which, can doom stack a little better or evenly spread out along the front a little better. But it reduces the tactical and strategical finesse of planning, of surrounding of units. It's not as tactical a game. It is more of a core-based game, if you will. And also, they've talked about is what they wanted to do with Hoi 4 is you're playing as like the head of the state, and you sort of set production, with their really nice, and I like their production system. You sort of set all that up, and then you draw battle plans, surround here and circle this, which never fucking work in my experience, but you draw all these really cool battle plans, and then you hit go, and then you sit back and watch the AI fight the AI. That was their sort of design concept for Hoi 4. I like to micromanage my armies. That's because I come from a tabletop playing background. I just want to play it on the computer, whether linked to somebody else, multiplayer, or whether just against the AI. I want to, or combination thereof, I want to come in and play, in essence, a tabletop game. They wanted, with Hoi 4, wanted to create, you make all the big decisions and then see how it goes. That was the design concept for Hoi 4, which I vehemently disagree with as what I want. I mean, not that it's a terrible idea. It seems rather popular with lots of people. And popularity, maybe really sort of the goal with, game companies, because the job is to sell lots of games. Where my goal is to have a plausibly realistic historically based grand strategy game. That's what I want to have, that I can dig into the details if I want to. Okay, you swing around here. Come through. Well, no. I don't want you to come through here. That way. Swing away from anybody retreating there with that. Hopefully fairly fast motorized division. We're all armored, but yeah. Here, yeah, you guys are all pushing into Tripoli. Okay. So again, these motor torpedo boats, I don't know if they would stop a truly big, determined fleet coming in to invade, but some somewhat minor, minor escort. You got like a light cruiser and 2 destroyers escorting, invasion transports. Yeah, these motor torpedo boats, I think will stop them. So that's what I'm hoping with all the ones I'm building here. Here, spamming out, which will be out in February. And I'm going to send them into the Mediterranean along all the ports along the African coast and send them out to patrol here and basically hopefully keep from being invaded. That's my goal. China, Burma, India formation. Well, China's gone, but yeah, okay. And again, this is, I hate this with a passion, but okay. And I'll get rid of it, and I do get rid of it. I have gotten rid of it, I should say, for Third Reich events. So, but since I'm not playing with Third Reich events, okay, we're back to being very highly popular. And medium air search radar has advanced. So is that avionics? Yes. Okay. Let's do navigation reading. Okay, well, we do have more. So the reason I picked this is particularly because we're having flying boats and nav air. So for air detection, but we also have for surface detection now. Yeah, we could do it with that. And because we're highly popular now, we have more. Research options. They're getting into that fight too. Okay. Right. Yeah, again, these are silly. Silly. Well, yeah, you know, well, there's different customers. And you're right about customers, you know, always sort of being right in a way. I mean, it's maybe not absolutely right, but generally speaking, I would agree with that sentiment. You see, there, you know, and I know a lot of you, of course, play the game, so I know I'm already speaking to people who understand this. But I very much, with Hoi 4, came to realize what was going on. Is they had 3 flagship products. I mean, they Paradox realizes that they spammed out into a lot of different directions and producing a lot of different games and really pulled back. They got too full of themselves and they realized that and they've pulled back. I don't know what they've done with all the department heads and whatnot, but I just haven't been following Paradox closely enough to know. But they had 3 flagship products: Crusader Kings, EU, and Vicky. Okay, and those 3 games had a core player base, and although they liked flavor elements of their game, you know, have each nation has its own horse armor that matches, you know, the national horse armor on it, but largely generic and largely not relevant to actual history other than maybe start dates. You know, so you're as likely to, I don't know, have England merge with the Venice Empire and have the Anglo-Venetian Empire in the Mediterranean in here, as you are to have Britain take over North America, because Britain might as well just take South America and Spain take North America. Equally, I'm not saying this is wrong or bad or whatever, because I've played in a lot of EU, the original EU way back when, and I would do things like this. So other than sort of historical start dates, you had these sort of wild games and this player base that may have a favorite game, either be based on time period or game mechanics. But you had these 3 flagship games. And then you had this one other flagship game that just didn't match up with those other 3. And that was Hearts of Iron. Hearts of Iron, I've not played Hearts of Iron 2, but I've watched some play content, and I played tons of Hearts of Iron 3. It's a core World War II game, and it's a core, World War II war game, not and there's grand strategy war game, yes, but it is still especially Hoi 3, is a division based game to play, and you got fighter squadrons, and you're doing all these things, and it's really cool, and it's very historical. But you're not reforming the freaking, there's no way to reform the Byzantine Empire in this game. Where's my option to reform the goddamn Byzantine Empire? We should be able to do that. And Ulm should be able to conquer the world in Hoi, in Hoi, whether 3, 4, whatever. You can't do that. And where is my, fascist America option? With Hoi 3, you just didn't have this. You didn't have, hey, I'm Norwegian. I want to play Norway and conquer Scandinavia and all of northern Scotland and Northern Ireland and redo the Norwegian Viking Empire as it once existed. But I want to do it in the 20th century. Okay, yeah, fun games, great games, cool. I'm not trying to knock that. But that is not what Hoi 3 or Hoi 2 is. Hoi 3 or Hoi 2 was a World War II game. So I've described Hoi 4 as EU 20th century. And I think that's very much what they've sort of created with that, is EU 20th century, so that you can reunite the great Norse Empire, if that's what you want to do. And the game doesn't look at you and say, you're fucking stupid, because that's not possible, to do. Because Norway isn't going to be able to conquer Sweden, even if you really super want it to. And then Norway isn't going to be able to, even if it did somehow conquer Sweden, or maybe do a propaganda campaign to say the King of Norway is better than the King of Sweden, so everybody switch alliances. And then once you do that, you get all that together, you're not really going to conquer northern, Britain to re-get that, or retake the Danelaw down here in England. That just isn't, and to my opinion is that if you have a game that allows you to do that, which it still does, the game is broken. Okay, the game doesn't work right, because not even if you go beyond the politics of it, even if you go, yeah, I'm going to be, Quisling fascist Norway, and I'm going to be conquering. They just don't have the industry, to be able to do that. And Sweden isn't going to collapse enough to give you that industry. But even if it's somehow you, like I say, did a political internal fascist movement that you got going that hook it up, and it's maybe anti-monarchist, you're getting rid of all the monarchies because you're doing fascism, as a core talent. Core tenet, and convince the Swedish people to join your Norwegian Empire, because all fascists strong together. You're still not going to have enough industry to take on Britain. They just can't build enough ships to get across the freaking North Sea. Britain would look at you and go, huh? You've got all these ships coming to invade me? Huh? We'll send out Coastal Command. I don't even need to send out, Bomber Command or Fighter Command. I'll just send out Coastal Command and sink everything you've got. Oh, you're going to build another fleet? Okay, I'll sink that too. Oh, while I'm fighting the Germans too, no problem. I'll just sink everything Norway and Sweden could possibly ever build ship-wise to try to get soldiers to England. It is an impossibility. So if you have a game that allows you to do these things, the game is fucking broken. Even if politically speaking, meaning you could, imagine, a wannabe union that all these guys join up, and even if you add Denmark to it, it's still their shipbuilding capacity. Yeah, Coastal Command will just, you're going to send us some more targets to shoot at this time, guys? And that is, hey, NMDB, how you doing? So Hoi is still playable. Oh yes, Hoi, especially like some of the Hoi 2 Dark with mods, or I haven't played it. What is it? The Darkest Hour mods. I have some. I bought because they were super cheap at whatever time, way after. I've never played them, just to have them as possible reference or whatever, because they were on sale, so I got them. And so, and I am not against, trust me, I actually like Kaiserreich, because it's sort of such, now it's a wacky world, and so long as I keep in my mind that it's a wacky world and not just what if Germany wins World War I, and then sets up a reasonable world with it, it's a wacky world. So if you're creating a wacky world, okay, we're creating but we're doing a whole rebuild and mythos or sort of setting for this world, and you're creating. Okay, if and it's a fantasy game, and I'm fine with it being a fantasy game. And then I'm also, kind of, what if Mosley gets in charge of Britain as fascist or something? I could kind of maybe see some of these things that you want to play. Not everywhere in the world going fascist, but, or something like that. I can see some of these things happening that you want to do. But even if you do that, you're still not going to reunite. Greece isn't going to rebuild the Byzantine Empire, or Spain isn't going to go conquer. It just physically can't fucking conquer its former territories. No matter how, even if you take Mexico off the table, and somehow don't have the Spanish Civil War, or it gets over quick enough and you rebuild. No, it just does not have the manpower, the industrial power to reconquer its former territories. Things like that, to me just says the game is broken. Even if, say, politically, we want to tweak something here. And so, and I'm not saying you shouldn't make what they made in Hoi 4, because obviously it matches that player base of, CK, EU, and Vicky. It matches that player base, and but why not just call it, EU 20th century and start it at the collapse. You will either import your Vicky game, so you start out in Crusader Kings, get done with Crusader Kings, you export it into EU, get through EU, you export it to Vicky, and then you export it to EU 20th century. And go on with that there, and just dealing with the change of speed of action of, with more modern technology that I think is best handled in a different game, as opposed to just having a universal game that somehow deals with all the different periods. Or you just have the start date of, 1914 or 1910 or whatever, if you're not importing a previously saved game, and just to have, it's 1910, this is the world, play and have, whatever you're doing. But even, like I say, even then you still have real industrial capacities limitations of Portugal or Norway or even of Germany in 1910, and population limitations. And you do, unlike, well, you do sort of have in Vicky, if for Europe at least, and European nations. But most of the rest of the world, well, you can talk China or whatever. Nationalism isn't that big of a thing. Where for EU and Crusader Kings, nationalism isn't that big of a thing. So absorbing conquered populations is much easier than that. But by the time you're getting to the 20th century, particularly, you have nationalism that's a real force, that Germany just can't occupy everything, and you can't find enough collaborationists in France, in Spain, in Poland, in Hungary, if Germany's doing, a world conquest to make it realistic. So whenever you have games like that, they're broken. And so this is why I still think Hoi 4 is broken. And let's see. Darkest Hour is totally playable. Only problem is combat, which is super done. Yes. Good to hear. Like the YouTube video of how you can conquer the world as Liechtenstein in Hoi 4. Now that, of course, presumably, because I have seen some of these things, comes in the very early days of a very, very broken game. And and probably most of you know, but I was in the beta test and for Hoi 4 and continued in the beta for a long time after it. I got kicked out only because I hadn't contributed in like 6 to 9 months. I hadn't sent in a single report on anything. I just hadn't been playing it, and just sort of as a house cleaning, I got kicked from it just because for inactivity, not for any bad behavior or anything like that. But I got kicked for just not being active in it, and it's reasonable. I'm not. Well, the only thing I am a little salty is after I get kicked from Hoi 4, the one thing that I was begging with from the beginning with the developer to put into Hoi 4 was railroads get put in. That's the only thing I'm salty about. If I knew that, oh, well, we're planning on doing, because, you know, they don't tell the beta people until it's actually in beta to be testing. So I'm not sure if I got kicked when, you know, they were developing the railroads. And I'm not giving away much by saying we only get told what the beta looks like by the time it gets there. At least that was the thing. I'm not really supposed to say hardly anything at all, but I really don't say anything. But so, I mean, I hadn't heard, and I vaguely was paying attention, but I might have missed something. But had I known that, hey, gamer, if you participate a little bit more, we'll keep you, you know, I mean, you know, theoretically. And, oh, hey, your idea of, you know, railroads, we're going to agree to that. I would have upped it just to be part of the beta test and have input on it. But yeah, so that's the only bit I'm salty with about it being kicked. I'm not salty because I wasn't participating, so I'm not upset by being kicked. It's just one of the big things I wanted in the game. Oh, and of course now they've added divisional generals back in, which was another thing I wanted, but that was obviously much later. So yeah, I'm, you know, not really salty about being kicked from the beta. So yeah, I've played those early broken, you know, conquer the world as Liechtenstein kind of thing. Okay, yes, you can have a submarine stuff. Yes, you can have rare materials, and yes, another submarine. Everybody likes their submarines. Okay, well, they're starting to go after my transports here. Okay, so what options do I have? And I know I have some options. So what we're going to do is fly you into here. How big of an air base is this? 16, and this is an 8, and we have 9 units here. So you come to here to get repaired. You'll repair okay as long as we have enough slots for you. You're going to come here because you're going to have long range air support. And yes, like I say, I'm only half-heartedly playing this game right now compared to what I really want to seriously play. Yes, you can come down to here. Fighters in here? No, it doesn't look like it. I know I sent some fighters over here to get organized up, and they're not here. Did I already send them to the front? Oh no, there they are. Why didn't they show up when I hovered over? I don't know. Okay, you're supposed to come out to... Yes, maybe to here. You come out here and air intercept all that area. Well, that's a long range. Yeah, we're doing good progress here. And I'm not that worried. I'm definitely not worried about a German counter invasion because Germany is having enough trouble here, and I see Italian units along here. See, we see the Corps and the Army Group headquarters that are actually in control by Italy. So Italy is here. I'm suspecting that Italy is very weak in here. I really don't think they're capable of fighting me right now, but I want to try to save as much of this, so I'm pushing down this way first fast before thinking about invading anywhere else. So I am not ignoring, because obviously I'm making some contingencies for possibilities of invasion from North Africa here by moving some of these Foreign Legion forces around. But I am mostly pushing fast hard east. Yeah, especially if I was playing slower, it could, but air defenses help in port strikes, so I'm not that ready to do that. So, well, we've got a lot of air interception range there. So you should intercept anything flying. You get to come here. Port strikes are either going to, maybe if there's ships in ports, it'll do that. No, I'm not liking this. Okay, I'm trying to get this area. Well, that's something. Repairing, you're intercepting. You're ground attacking, but let's put you into. That'll help with going. See, we're already going after these subs here. Maybe not overly effectively, but we're going after them. And we got rid of 2 long-range submarines. Now what we can do, because maybe it's a mistake to do this because this is being successful in shutting down Germany's submarine operations, but let's get these guys down to here. Yeah, you're gonna fly. Well, there's ways to get around flying through enemy territory like this. It's gonna shoo me up a little bit, but they got through, it looks like, mostly okay. Okay, okay, salt concentration has advanced. I think that is that over here? Yes, okay, 39, continue that. Okay, commander decision making, that I believe is naval. 44, yeah, we can continue that. Oh, we should be doing, oh, I know why we're getting some of those things, is because we need to come over here and do annual espionage focus, and we're going to do political spying because we want to keep popularity up. Economic boost, which we need to do, and we want to do short-term investment. No, did we get something deployed heavily? Okay, bunch of fighters, great. We'll want to use those. Okay, motor torpedo boats coming, spam big time. Lots of fighter or CAGs, some long-range fighters, some more of these guys, but maybe we could use a few more of those. Well, we got those there. Okay. And a bunch more divisions. Yeah, just some fighters might be nice. Let's do 4 of those. Okay. Okay, we're fighting the battle group. Okay, now, yeah, because we got to do these first of the year, which I hadn't done. No, we're not going to request civilian fleets, I don't think. No, I don't think it's going to help a lot just to infrastructure damage the ports. I'm not saying it wouldn't help at all, but support strikes go after. Why am I annual national focus? Why don't I see that here? Because I'm blind, or is not there? Okay, combined arms integration has advanced. That is here, and we'll let that continue. We need to fight some more battles before we can get that going. Okay, we give them energy, certainly. Again, where do I not see why, or where is it? I don't see. Cavalry division go, cavalry division in essence go. So it's motorized cavalry entirely. Yeah. These guys here, like I say, these are, taking out ships, so they've become very powerful. Now they're short range, so they can only operate a short distance from their ports, but they are really strong now in this game. I'm thinking maybe too strong, I'm not sure, but mountain unit training. Okay, here mountain unit 43, even though I don't know if I have any, but we'll keep that going. I think Biloxi, Mississippi, is that? Oh, see, there we go. 3 submarines taken out with motor torpedo boats. And now this is only reporting what the motor torpedo boats sunk, but they may have been damaged by the aircraft. Because we don't get reports on what the aircraft sinks. So yes, that is why I like these guys so much. Okay, we're going to let these guys sit down here. Hopefully that airport, yeah, is big enough to get repaired before we send them back out. They flew across France. To not have them fly across France, I literally have to fly them to the U.S., back to here. And if I was playing this game well, or right, or correctly, that would be what you should do. Takes a little longer, but gets them there safely. Lots of bags. Maybe the red tails that we're seeing here. 20th Pursuit Squadron. Okay, well, they're in defense. Let's send you up to here. Let's come click here. Oh, and because this game is such a big, huge game, if you're having trouble learning it, I don't think I can tell you, oh, well, make sure you do X or Y or whatever and things will be just fine. I don't think I can tell you that, but I do think, okay, you come here and intercept this area. But if you have specific questions or something, you can post them below the videos if you want, and that's fine, but I don't like to type huge amounts, so if it's simple typing, or wait and I may very well respond in an upcoming video. But if you're live, particularly like now, okay, we have some Greek and French. Well, for some reason we got these guys. Where are these guys? Are all here. Okay, so let's get these sort of national wings together. I know we sort of lose a little bit of. Oh, Doolittle's in charge. Why is Doolittle freaking in charge of Doolittle? Great commander and all, but for bombers. Well, let's see. Can we come down here and find? Okay, here we go. There we go. Do we fly across? Well, maybe we'll wait a little bit. But, answering stuff live here, and yeah, see, like, I get things out here, and I should be playing this a lot slower. But yeah, I would happily answer questions. Oh, a partisan outbreak here. Okay, so what I want to do here is resource mode, which will tell me like that. So we're going to do strategic bombing, we're going to do it passive, and we're going to do it at night. We're doing sort of the British style here. Get a couple of these guys going for night raids. 9 Megan, yeah, we'll go after that. Passive, night only. We can come down to overlong here, strategic, passive, night. So we'll get some of that bombing going. Armor, move, armor, move. Okay, and we should set up. And yes, again, I have to say it every time. Well, not every time, maybe, but much time. I want to make sure we're doing it. Apply. There is no Washington D.C. port. Doesn't exist. New Tripoli. There we go. So now we should have supply coming in through here. Yes, vulnerable to Italian attack, but we, like we say, we've already taken out 3 Italian submarines. Attritional warfare advance. Very nice. That I believe is here and grayed out. Okay. We can start doing 45 now, but we really want to do the 44 technologies first, and those reduce time between attacks is the main thing. Well, let's look up here at these. You see some 44 technologies, but units I'm not really using much of, if any. Dual purpose. Oh, yes, we'll do that. Because that does have a negative effect on supply consumption, but otherwise, well, not that bad of a thing. See here. Okay, what do we got here? That's our sub is battling some Italian units along with air attack, and we took out a Japanese sub. No, we got enough supplies. Civil defense advanced, very good. So our repair rate is up 45. Okay. Don't know that we're going to reduce that. We do education advancement and interception tactics. I believe that is down here. Air superiority. Okay, and self-propelled artillery brigades have advanced. Yeah, we'll let that go. .43. High seas to Britain. Excuse me, high seas to Britain. And they still can't take. Oh, they've taken back Dar es Salaam. Well, good for you, Britain. Yay. Yeah. these guys once we get to the main Italian army in North Africa, or in Arabia here. Oh, we'd take out 2 coastal submarines. New Zealand and Australia have asked for a lot of submarines, or plans for submarines, or however you want to say it. I hope they're doing this. Okay, now, okay, well, allows construction of colonial militia units here, but what I'm thinking this used to do, but I'm going to look here to see if I see a colonial looking unit now. It used to for Britain and even Germany, though I think they removed it for Germany and Italy and whatnot, is by controlling certain places, you would get events that would give you small numbers of colonial units, which are, you know, good for occupation, and, you know, they can do combat, you know, frontline combat, but you don't want to overly rely upon them. Okay. I haven't seen national focus for the year unless I because we did economic for short term, but you know, do I want to focus on land or air or navy, or I don't know why I'm not seeing that here. We should seriously consider moving Patton up, divisional HQ, or core HQs up. Keep moving up for best results. Keep moving these guys up. Did you guys ever make it? Nope. They must have lost all their fuel again. These should be moving at 10 times the speed. Oh, this is aggravating. See, I normally don't want to cheat and alt tab over. Realize, again, players, if you are playing Black Ice and you do the you know, alt tab to get to the or whatever it is, to get to the other nations, to look at, you know, the nations, you do it for even a second, it F's your game up. You may not realize it, but it F's your game up. I know, because I know the coding, and I know it will F your game up. Again, you may not notice it, but it F's the game up. It fucks it up. Now, if you want to, like, see what's going on with Italy, fine, save the game, and then do it, and then restart the game using your earlier save. But if you know, like if you're Germany, and, well, I want to adjust Italian production. Once you do that and then go back, you've effed up Italy. And the main thing is it will potentially have the flags for both. Is Italy AI and is Italy player controlled? And that is the real, and the way Black Ice handles things can really F things up. And so if it like gets the flag, oh hey, player controlled, and so if the event is like, hey, if not controlled by player, do this. Well, we see the flag is we see that it's controlled by the player, so it won't fire the events and things. And it may not entirely, like, it doesn't crash the game, and it may not entirely make the thing unplayable, but it does. And but it also can, you know, there's more. And I know this is, so don't alt, you know, check out other nations or, you know, do that unless you're saving it, you know, so to go back to that save and just wanting to, you know, peek inside and see what's going on and then go back. So I'm wondering if the AI is also facing all of this, because we see 10,000 or no 1,069 being returned to pool, but so I'm thinking if I were to make an event that spams in fuel for America, because again, not Germany, which has a similar sort of problem with once it gets deep into the Soviet Union, has this same problem. And what the problem is, and what you may be facing in America is the fuel tax. Is it puts in fuel in the supply system in Berlin. The fuel goes and gets taxed at each one of these provinces by a little bit. But each province gets taxed, and then it finds out, oh, wait a minute, we no longer, we need to send fuel here. And so it starts sending fuel out there, and it gets halfway there and realizes, well, we no longer need fuel here. We need fuel over here. So, well, we no longer need this fuel. So send this fuel back to Berlin. Let's send other fuel to this next province. That's what it's doing. Okay, so it thought it needed fuel here, but since all the units move away from here and move to the next province, oh, well, let's send the fuel that we were sending here back to Berlin and send new, different fuel to here. Well, part of the problem is the delay in getting the fuel to the next province. That's a big problem. The other problem is that each time that fuel moves along the chain going forward, it gets taxed a little bit. Meaning it takes, it's the idea of, if you're running fuel trucks, well, yeah, there's a big tanker, but you're also needing to fuel that engine kind of thing. And it's sort of supply and fuel tax. And this also happens with supply as well, and especially for land-based nations like Germany pushing deep into Russia. But so it gets fuel tax going this way, and then it gets fuel tax going this way. So you end up putting fuel that gets lost both where is it in the system, but also being taxed in both ways. And so that really grinds down German fuel. Now, Germany does have a severe fuel problem, so it's not for me normally a rage quit, this is effed up, I'm out of here game. This is just like, okay, something that I wish I could deal with. I wish I could somehow I wish I could turn this onto manual. And I manually send fuel to places. And then I wish I could go fuel in this province, sort of like writing orders, send it to this damn province. And and yes, it may take me a week to sort of manage a turn or whatever you want to call it, for things and let it play. But if I wanted to dig into it, I wish I could. Now, what I really hope is and I really have not played a good game with the new railway system that is supposed to help with that, making that more realistic, especially going to east. And I was waiting for Black Ice to come out to integrate the railways instead of their rage quit. Got me to rage quit, and won't go into their supply problems right here that I would think supply problems that should have been way out here. But if they've adjusted things and used the new rail system, you don't have those things, and Black Ice for Hoi 4 could be really great. Could be, but I don't know. So, this is really upsetting me that this is continuing. And if I'm ever going to play my next grand game of this as Germany, I'm thinking about, do I just make an event that like every month just dumps a huge amounts of fuel into the pool, so it's for America, so it doesn't it won't help at the front line, if it can't get it there, it's still got to get it to whatever the quality of the port and get it to the front line, but just dump it huge amounts of fuel for player and or AI back here, and then it goes into the system, and enough that every month, and that would be realistic, I think. What do you guys think, either live or later on YouTube? Please post if you think the idea of spamming in fuel for America would not be game breaking and would be actually game improving. Okay, so Just a few divisions that don't use fuel. But escorts, well, you know, so yeah, we could do a few more. That will help some. Not be, you know, because we're losing a little bit. Well, you know, let's do, because we're pushing more and more into the Mediterranean. And so we'll do that. Let's continue. Okay, so we have long-range fighters. No, air intercept. Long-range fighters go. Shoot down. Medium-range fighters. Shoot down the Italians. Okay. Naval strike this area. There we go. Now those guys won't see subs so well, but okay, you guys are somewhat going here, so let's naval strike this area. Oh, you're in bad shape. You go home. Take a moment. Take a break. And here we're back from a proper depot system, like, well, they've supposedly tried to do some sort of depot system for this 11 version. But yeah, I wish they could do a depot system of some sort. Let me click on a province here. But I did note you said proper. Trust me, I noticed your word there. Those are factories. Maybe they're here. Petroleum refinery. Oil rigs. Maybe I should just be building petroleum refineries. It could be something simple as that I don't, because that wasn't an option before, and maybe they're expecting me to build petroleum refineries. Is that a new building type that I'm not used to playing with? That could be. No, I don't know everything, and they've been updating this, and this is the first time I've really played 11. Okay, I'm not seeing it here if it is an option. But yeah, no, a proper depot system would be lovely. So if you guys ever want to organize up a software development company and want to produce a wonderful grand strategy game, I've got one. I mean, it'd be similar. Trust me, yes, it would be similar to Hoi 4, but it wouldn't be the same. I got one in my head, and I got elements that they've yet to do that would be really good, in my opinion, in the game. I know I've talked about a few of them in some episodes, but some elements of what I would do. Not just different, but just do other things that they don't. That would make the game Soviet Union okay if annexed out there. So far, we faced some German units that have been given to, you know, German Africa Corps units that have been given to Spain through events here. That was our only real serious opposition. You should be getting some fighter interceptors support there. I don't know. No, we don't need supplies. Yeah, no, I like War Plan. Alvaro is a very nice guy. I've gotten to know him a little bit. Um, yeah, War Plan is a good option. And it is a probably about, I guess, the best um, interpretation of Third Reich, if you will, into the computer. Okay, so now we've rebuilt this core. We have one more that we can't fit in there, but we could assign it to something else. Yeah, so I like War Plan. It just doesn't quite have the you know, the depth that Hoi 3 does. You know, I highly recommend War Plan. Most of my problems with Strategic Command are fixed in War Plan. So I also like Herbert and Bill from, because I know those guys too, who make Strategic Command. I like their games. I love Strategic Command, World War One. They're sort of DLCs that are division based, that are sort of, not the whole war, but either the initial attack in 1914 or the other later German assault. Those are really good. They're sort of every 2 days, divisional based. I love those. I like the rest of whether World War One and I think it works a little better as World War One. Just the pacing, the unit scale. There's a little too much support units for and the scale for World War II. So I think even the whole war grand scales, their game does better as World War One. But I think it's good. Either the War in Europe or the global version is very good for Strategic Command. But I gotta say, I like War Plan just a little bit more. But War Plan isn't perfect either. I know. Well, War Plan just. I haven't talked to Alvaro. It's probably been a year almost. God, it's been a while. Because you have the Pacific and the the European theater, and the plan was, as I was talking to him, and he was telling me, and it was he after releasing the European theater war plan, he was going to do the Pacific, and then he was going to create a global version. So if you want to play currently, because I do keep up with Paradox, Matrix Slitherine, so I know there isn't a new announcement on it. Though the Home of the Wargamers is coming out this next week. There's going to be a bunch of announcements and stuff. Maybe some sales, I don't know. And I'll be streaming for them some special streams next week. But they may announce something there. But the plan was, to then, once you get the Pacific and the Atlantic, or your Europe, then to do a global version of the war plan. After doing the research and getting both of those two individual games sort of working right, because they're different between them. And so if you want to play that type of game, you want to currently play it globally, you need Strategic Command. It's close, but I would have to go War Plan for original War Plan for Europe only. But World or War in Europe is very good. And if you just want to play the Pacific, obviously you got to play in that scale. You got to play War Plan because Strategic Command doesn't have just a Pacific theater. And if you want to play World War One with that kind of thing, you got to do. There's other games out there, but between those games, you got Strategic Command. And I've sort of liked the Civil War game that Strategic Command has done. I like that as well. Foreign Engine Airframe Research Advancement. Grayed out. Right. Okay. Let's do Naval Bomber Prototype. I know global version is in the pipeline, but not how. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I just said that I do know that they're announcing things. I'm not sure if I know anything of what they're announcing, or I'm just not sure right now. Or because if I ask, they'll tell me, but then of course they'll say, "Oh, well, yeah, we can tell you, but don't tell anybody." If they tell me something like they're not, that are not supposed to be announced yet. Of what they're announcing, either DLCs or how much space do we have here? Okay, not enough. How much space do we have up here? Oh, plenty. So of what's going on. So yeah, I have no idea whether it's near, far, and a lot of that work I know Alvaro is doing himself. He does, I think, contract out certain things, but the overwhelming, including the AI programming, he's doing himself. So yeah, that can take a while. And it's also, you read his post on the Matrix forum. That's where I got it from. Yeah, I haven't been following it too closely, but I know it can help to get somebody in there to help do stuff, but it can also be a problem. Just more explaining, what needs to be done can end up being as much trouble as it might help, kind of thing. So I really like particularly Alvaro's communication with the community. It's really good. So all for supporting of that. And if you want, a sort of every other week turn-based, fairly grand strategy, at least European theater or whatever, game, either of those two games I would recommend them. I try to evaluate every game, just strategically move these guys up, as to what they're trying to be. Okay, I guess that was the major victory here. Move up to Benghazi. You can try to race Fort Tobruk. Yes, you can have energy. And so that's how I try to evaluate things, as what they're trying to be. And so Beam Slam and others, do note that next week there's going to be a huge amount of streaming over on Slytherin's Twitch channel. So if you haven't already, make sure you follow over there. And while you're watching it, you earn Sliss, which is a coin kind of thing, and you can turn in for free DLCs and games. So the more you watch, the more you get, and you can even, if you got something else you got to do, you can turn off. You can either listen to it, or you can even turn off the volume and alt tab out of it and just have it on in the background there. Streaming it basically to nothing, but it will help you earn those. And now, of course, it helps me out in that the more people watching, the more you're more likely draw in new people to watch it. Things on Twitch, the more people watch, the more likely you'll be found. And if that's happening, more likely to get more people to, when I pimp out my channel there, which they allow us to do, highlight that stuff, I'll get, new subscribers. So if, and that starts, see, I think I start on the 10th, which I think is Tuesday, or no, Monday, or I don't know. I have to look, but they may be starting on Mondays. It may be Monday it starts. I don't remember. I mean, there was a special schedule, and I have a link to it, and I sort of got to check that out just to make sure. Okay, we are ammunition capacity for aircraft, and I think that is under armament. And it's 40, yeah, and it's reducing down speed and range, but other things are pushing it up like that, technologies and others. So I think we'll let that continue. So it'll be a good way to earn that. Now I don't think they promote that up enough, you know, that you get the free games. And the games are not just like, I mean, they're not, well, if you are a subscriber and you can use your Amazon you know, free single subscribe thing there if you want. If you're a subscriber, you get access to more options for your what you get on this list. But they're not, you know, there's good options of things to get with your list. It's not just junky games or junky DLCs. Not the latest stuff, but some decent stuff for sure. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to take here, and I know I've been playing and focusing because I'm presuming, and it's probably, you know, hopefully getting more done. Yeah, we're getting, okay, Oklahoma is about, it's going to like 300%. They've pushed these out, which are not necessarily bad. It's not a complaint, but it's just sort of a note. I wanted to sort of get these guys in good shape before I start pushing again here. Did I save this? But either way, let's save this again. We hadn't done. All right, well, I want to thank particularly Tim, Strongarm, Niagara, Timothy, and Sir Toyjet for support over on Patreon. But what I really love everybody to do, whether you're live here now on YouTube or watching later, is smash the subscribe button if it's red, because that means you're not a subscriber on YouTube. And lick the like button. You know, always lick that like button. It tastes really good, trust me. And of course, post a comment so that the YouTube algorithm knows that you care. Really do appreciate that, because I want to grow the channel. So I really appreciate all of your support. So thank you very, very much. See you next time for, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. And guys, I think it's been, well, almost 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I know I started a couple minutes late, but yeah. So tomorrow we will be back, I hope, with Arno and possibly others, playing some War Thunder tanks. I don't know if last week we didn't really get enough to do custom battles. I've had some really good fun with custom battles, but I really want to try to get at least 6, but preferably, because 3-on-3 is still sort of weak, at least 8 players for 4-on-4. So if, you know, I don't know if we're going to get to custom battles, but at least hang out and play and drive tanks. So be back tomorrow. Like I say, I got 2 streams playing Ardennes offensive, which I got to bone up a little bit on, because it's been a while since I played it, but looking forward to playing some more of that. So thank you, everyone. See you soon, I hope.